منبر صوت الشعب، الراي والراي الآخر، شعب واحد ووطن واحد.
السلام عليكم. خلينا نرحب بكم جميعا المشاهدين لمنبر صوت الشعب في فيسبوك، وكذلك الناس المشاهدين أيضا في يوتيوب، والناس المستمعين في كلاب هاوس. خلوني أنا أسلم عليكم كلكم، وخليني أقول لكم مساء الخير. الناس اللي في فيسبوك كده اكتبوا لي لو انتوا الصوت كويس معكم. Before I go forward, الناس اللي قاعدين فيسبوك, those are listening from Facebook, let me know the voice. Please try to make a comment if you guys are hearing my voice well. Then I can proceed with the topic. الناس اللي قاعدين also في كلاب هاوس كده تكتبوا لي تحت في الشات روم لو انتوا سامعين. Those are in Clubhouse. Okay, Abanish is saying on Facebook the voice is crystal clear. الناس اللي في Clubhouse إن شاء الله صوت كويس معكم. Before we go forward. Very good. Omai.
It's clear. Yeah, it's clear. We can hear you. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, very good. Let me خلوني يا جماعة نراهب مع ضيف بتاعت our guests in the room tonight. We have a very special guest, General Omai. للناس اللي قاعدين يشاهدوا اللايف فيديو في فيسبوك وفي يوتيوب، معلش انتوا الصوره انتوا ما تشوفوا الصوره بتاعي، but هيكون قاعد شكل اوديو و will be recorded on Facebook and YouTube ايضا on Clubhouse. You know, because sometimes if the guests and the hosts they are not together on the screen on Facebook, قاعد يكون يعني tough ما it don't look good. So the good part of it, you know, both of us we should be on Facebook on the camera. But while we are using the Clubhouse, is actually good because people can hear what we are saying. They can hear my voice and also they can hear the voice of the guest, and it will be here as a record في فيسبوك ويوتيوب وكلاب هاوس في منبر صوت الشعب. الحلقة بتاعتنا الليلة زي ما أنا ذكرت قبل شوية, we have a special guest that is for the first time for him. We host him in the room officially. He's a contributor actually. هو قاعد يشارك في نقاشات في كلاب هاوس in many rooms. هو نستضيف جنرال أوماي سوري. هو واحد من المناضلين بتاعت الحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان, من الشباب اللي اختاروا انهم هم يمشوا يحاربوا من اجل الدولة بتاعت جنوب السودان ويحاربوا من اجل الحرية بتاعت الشعب بتاعنا في جنوب السودان. هو كان واحد من القيادات او مثلا من الجنود اللي كانوا حاضرين للحدث اللي حصل في شهر 3 سنة 1993, اللي هو الليلة نينا دايرين نتكلم عن الحادثة بتاعت بانيغور. بانيغور هي منطقة في one of the areas في جنجولي, هي واحدة من المناطق بتاعت دينكابور. وزي ما أنينا بنعرف كلنا إنه في 93 بعد الانقسام بتاع 91 في مشكلة في شكل حصل في المنطقة ده, اللي نحن كلنا بنذكر ناس بيذكر واحد من الرموز بتاعتنا توفى في نفس المكان. أنا قبل ما ندي فرصة للضيف بتاعي في الغرفة وفي فيسبوك ويوتيوب, أنا داير أكد لكم كلكم الناس المشاهدين الحلقة ده نقطة مهمة جدا. النقطة المهم إنه اللي ماشيين نتكلم فوقه ده, what we are going to talk about it is the history, ده تاريخ. And history need to be actually written or you need to be recorded as it is. ده تاريخ بتاعتنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان, and is one of very important station in our life. We need to record it, to review it, and also to learn from it. نحن دايرين نتعلم من التاريخ ده. الناس اللي ما كانوا عارفين بالضبط الحصل شنو في بانيغور, دكتور لاما كولاجاوين في كتاب بتاع ناصر ديكلاريشن he wrote about it. لكن الليله نحن دايرين نتكلم مع زول كان قاعد في الاثناء بتاعت المشكله وقت داك. انا بعد ما ينتهي من كلامه انا افتح غرفه للناس برضو اللي كانوا كومريدز بتاعت الاس بي ال اي. انا بفتح لهم فرصه بمقامات بتاعتكم المختلفه. You can come up, join us in the room. لو في حاجه مثلا جنرال أوماي ما قالوا you can add it للكلام اللي هو قاله. لو anything مثلا انت شايفه انه ما خدته زي ما هو, ممكن تيجي برضو to come up. صوت الشعب وكذلك South Sudan Political Club, we have a regulation. There is no an insult. The guests have to be respected. You have to respect yourself. If you don't respect yourself, you will be actually moved out from the room immediately. And now if there is some people actually they will be willing later on to join the discussion through the Facebook, you are also welcome. I will provide the link for us actually to learn about exactly what happened in 1983 in March. So let me welcome General Omai. We'll give you a chance to introduce yourself, and also you will start narrating exactly what happened as an witness you witnessed what happened in 1993, and also you can mix English, Arabic also if you are willing. You feel free. ما تغير نفسك. You can speak English or Arabic, or even if you want also to add some word in Cholo, there is no problem also. I will be able also to try to translate that also to Arabic so the other people can take it. But you are free, and I know you speak in English and Arabic well, so that's fine. So welcome, General.
Thank you, Engineer Edward, and thank you, the South Sudan Political Club, for giving me this chance to be with you today. But the first thanks that I will give is I thank God to give me this opportunity to be with you today, South Sudanese and anybody else that will hear this story. That is the big thing that I will give to God, because the topic, the Panyagor incident that we talk about here today, took many lives. As you know, the fight or the war, it will not happen with no somebody that you know. First of all, I greet the audience in the room, and anybody else watching in YouTube and also in Facebook. So I greet everybody in the room here that are listening now. First of all, Engineer Edward and my fellow South Sudanese who are in the room, the Panyagor or Kongor incident, according to my knowledge and everybody else, it should not happen because of the size of the force. You know, the size of the force that we have, it should not have happened, or we should not have been. It could have happened, but we should not have been drove it back. Like you know it that we've been put back all the way to the wheatland in what? First of all, let me begin. We left Omai, also the winner was a special border guide of commander, my old commander, Ditoria Meshar. I did not introduce myself to you. I was a special border guide of Ditoria Meshar. As we know it in Sudan, South Sudan, Bagolo, Aras al-Kas. Aras al-Kas is a special border guide that is always in the context or interact or deal with the chairman or commander-in-chief like Ditoria Meshar face to face in everything. So I was with him, and when we left work with the force that we had, we went to the border town of the Law Nuer, which called UI. It is a border town that in the border there with the Penagole. After we left there, we have a big force and a lot of strong commanders. We were 4,500 soldiers, or in Arabic you call it Jundi. That was overwhelming, or that was a big force that you will not even think of being confronted by any enemy forces that would have happened in the way. So we left UI footing. We went there until we reached the small villages, way deep. The small village of Launwer, the way deep into the border with the Penagole. the area of the Poktak and the Dukpediet. We went there, putting like day or 2 days. Then we enter into the Jing or Denka territory. There we live. We are now in the Bor territory now, or soil. We live on soil now. So we went there with this big force. And then when we are inside Denka or Bor soil, our forces were divided into three directions. Yeah, our forces were divided into three directions. One force was ordered by Commander Ditoria Measure to go left with the command of Waikang. Very tough commander that everybody know in Australia when we were in the bush before. Yeah, he went left that to go and secure the left direction, which also that direction is going to the border, which go to the Sahara, from the border to Morle. And that area was suspected to be hostile because there are some Morle operative into the jungle over there on the edges of the desert or Sahara Tigrin. So that force is the force that we were really pay attention to, that to go and clear that area, because that area there will be a lot of threat of some enemies, including some Morle operative or some of the Tory veteran SPLA soldiers, which would have been in that jungle over there. So Waikang was sent to that direction with about 1,500 strong force to go and clear out anything there, so that the headquarters of the CNC or Chairman Commander Ditoria Measure will not be in threat. Another force was sent to the right direction, but that direction will go to the coming from the Gawer, Nuer, from Ayot, going to the Jungale Canal, going to the Dukpediet, were not seen as a threat with our moving or heading to Panyagor. Now, so that was when that force was sent there. Commander Simon Gerwindwal, went over there. And the direct force, which was followed by the mobile force of the chairman, was sent ahead, like something like 40 or 30-minute walk from the chairman headquarters. That force was led by that guy now, Growth Onyang. So there were three forces. There were three forces that were deployed or were sent three directions to go and clear or watch for any threat in ahead to the road that going to the Kongor or Panyagor that the chairman is with. I was in headquarters with a lot of people, so those forces went. And our force, we too, in the headquarters, there is a strong force too that we are with. As I told you earlier, that the force or the army that is with us, that was with us, we were for the 500, which is 4,500. And Commander Tito is coming with another, Tito Biel is coming with another 500. So we would have been 5,000 soldiers that we are preparing to head to Juba, where Lady John Garang is. That is the calculation of the chairman and all the commanders. That was the goal. What made us to go to Panyagor. We were not just went to Panyagor to stay there. The goal was that we need to drop the SPLA Nasser faction out in Equatoria and get that territory to be conquer it, to be ours. Yeah, that was the goal. So we went, and then when we were walking, we were directed to the edge of the desert that went from Bor to Sahara Tigling, and we stood in the well on the edges because there are a lot of jungle. We have found a lot of villages that have been destroyed by these cattle raid between Morle and Dekabur. We saw, in Cholo, you see Nim. There is, and you can see something called like Wipite. That a lot of Wipite have been left. A lot of Wipite I have seen that there are Nim that is still standing there. That you can see. Until we got out from the jungle, we went there where the Sahara started from Bor there, from those of Kota and Tukwedia going all the way to the Equatorial Sahara Tigli. We saw it, and then we seeing it is a hostile territory now. We don't need to be in open area because we are under the threat of Atenov too. We suspect too that Atenov will be over too, targeting the headquarters of the chairman. So we were taken there by the commanders, and we saw the Sahara. We saw it. Yeah, it's going there from Bor to Tigling. And then we come back to the road. We walk until we reach the villages of the Kabot that have been left at one village. As I was there. Before we reach Poktab about like something like 35 minutes to get to Poktab town. So I'm sorry, Brother Edward, to say this, but it will be too graphic to the audience. I saw a body of the dead person on the roadside. I saw a body of a dead person on the roadside. And a minute that I saw a body of a dead person that was laying on the roadside, yeah. I now get a signal, all of us, but it clicked in my mind now. I say, oh no. So now I think that I'm in combat territory or combat ground now, or I'm in enemy territory. So from that time, Engineer Edward and the audience in the room, it clicked in my mind right away that seeing the body of a dead person was laying down like this, I think now we are not in the safe area now. It clicked in my mind, Engineer Edward, that it clicked in my mind right away that the moment that I was in Jericho, that time, that was the last time that I was seeing I saw dead body just laying there. Nobody covered them with something, or nobody going to take them to bury. So it reminded me right away that the moment that I was in Jericho in 1987 with Daniel Chok in command of Peter Nyaba that time. Now I start counting Engineer Edward and the viewer and the listener in the room. And now in my mind, since it's been a long time, and I was in the headquarters of the chairman, and we were not even thinking of fighting in the headquarters. I start counting the bullet in my, my magazine. I said, okay, since now that there is a dead body laying on the ground like this, I think the fight can break out in a moment or in any time. Anytime the fight can break out. And I start counting the bullet, the Zakira in my cousin. So I said, yeah, I'm just talking in my mind now. Now since we are not in the same area and now we are in the combat ground with the enemy territory, I think since we've been trained, when you are in the enemy territory like this, anytime you can fall in ambush, they can ambush you in their territory. That's one calculation I put in my head. Number two, if they don't ambush you, they can attack you because they are in their because you are now in their territory. So I put that a possibility. So I was counting the Zakira. Now, so I was questioning myself: do I have enough Zakira to be able to protect myself for some time, or if anything happened? Because it brought me back to the picture of the Jacob engineer Edward and the listener. Because when I was in Jacob, I did have 5 magazines. One in the Kalanjikop and 2 in A side in Kufu. We call it Kufu. I said, so in Burundi, now I said that before when I was in Jacob, I did 5 magazines. Now I have one magazine, and they're not even full with the Zakira one. What will happen? It is a true story, my friend, that I'm telling you, that it is not something that I'm just telling you here. It is a calculation, something that remind me, because and we've been told to that were not only one body that you see on the side of the road. There are like 3 of them. Some of them you did not see. They are in the bush, in the grass over there that you did not see. Yeah, those people may be the people who've been caught. They did not make it out in time to escape the coming in, because when in Bor area over there is a memory of 91, because we are moving now in 1993. In March 93, we're going there. But there is always a memory of 1991. What happened in 1991, that people who went to Bor, they used that road that we went to Bor with. We went to Panyagor with the same road that they use. So whenever there is a force coming from that road, from the newer land going to the Bor, those the Bor always that will put it as, yes, there is something coming, and they run, they escape. But those who did not escape, or what happened, I don't know for sure, because there was a force ahead that are in charge of clearing anything in the way. I'm not going to say something more about that. But yeah, the Zakira is what I was worried about. Yeah, because like I told you that when I was in Jacob, I did 5 magazines. With the Kufu, 2 on one side and 2 on the other side of your body, or your waist, and one in a Kalanchikov. So I find myself with some other guys that with only one magazine in a Kalan, and not even enough. That is what what it came in my mind when I saw the body. I do have one of my friends too. We talk among ourselves. We talk among ourselves, because there are a lot of people we talk. And one of my friends too, one of my colleagues in the body guide, he's too have one magazine with 5 bullets. Yeah, he told me, I told him, we talk, and we check how many bullets do we have. He said that he has 5. He said, it is not something that I'm making up. He said that I have 5 bullets in my magazine. I told him 5? Yeah. How can you survived with 5 bullets. If it happened that the fight broke out, he said, "Oh man, with my 5 bullets, I will defeat them." I said, "Okay, let's go." And then we moved. We went until we went to Poked Up. Then we stay in Poked Up there. We slept there, and then in the morning we move again. So our forces that we sent ahead, yeah, they are ahead. We did not get in contact with them until they went. Some of them went beyond Bakarwil. Other one went there and secured the side of the. I think coming from Dukbedi going to there somewhere called Mayam there. Woman go watch out to Jam because there is somewhere called Jam over there that where there is the headquarters of the board command are there on the side of the Jam. So we went there and everything was okay. We slept in Poked Up. Then in the morning we start moving again. We heading to Panyagor. We went there and we crossed Jungale Canal. We saw it. We watched it there where it's coming from Ayod and where it's heading to Gor. Then we crossed it to the side. We left it very far. We crossed it because the Panyagor is far from the Jungale, where the Jungale Canal is going. So we slept on the road because we're not moving very quickly, because the headquarters is filled with a lot of people. With us, there were very senior officials or commanders with us at the time. Before we reached Panyagor, there were the commander, Peter Mansuri, Sule, Peter Sule. Yeah, he traveled with us with all the way from Wat to Panyagor. He was with us in Panyagor, but he did not come with the airplane. He walked with us. And Dr. Ochang, he was the Latuga guys that time that he became a Dr. Riak, personal doctor, because commander in chief. Even you heard that when Dr. Riak left Cuba in 2016 when he walked to Congo, he did need a lot of medical attention for him. So that distance has caused a lot of wound or injury to Dr. From Wat to Banyagur. Dr. Ochang, I don't know, he has a Christian name called Pelucid Ochang, or I will, somebody will bring us, or somebody will tell us that full name. I forgot the name, but I know him as the Dr. Ochang, a medical doctor. He came with Peter Azal Mansuri, Sule, all the way when we still in Nasser. They stay with us for a long time. These are Peter Sule and Dr. Chang. They stay with us for a long time, like 4 or 5 months. And we walk with them. Even we went to.
Yeah, someone just sent me saying his name to Folius Ochang.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. He walked with us. He walked with us to Penagole. And other people I will name, other commanders that came with the airplane in Penagole, I will name them later on. So we walk slowly. We walking slowly. The commander, the Toria was very heavy. Every person that time he cannot walk very fast, just like regular soldiers. Yeah. So we're walking slowly. As the distance gets farther, as we get deeper into Boer territory. the walking become very you become exhausted. You become exhausted. You cannot walk and deal with some. At some point, we stop and Dr. Chang we will give him some medical attention. Not the tickets, but go tickets. That the army work it out. Then until we went there, until we reached Penagole, we went there, the radio. Yeah, those folks that went ahead, they have a radio communication. Yeah, they do have a radio. Every commander has a very long range radio commander that they tell they are in communication with the headquarters that we got this or come or don't come or wait there or do what. Yeah, all of them, all these three direction commanders, the radio communication that communicate with the headquarters. Yes. Yeah, it was really good. We were really very confident, Engineer Edward and listener in the room. There was nothing that will come to our mind that something like that will happen. Yeah, it was coordinated really good until we went to Panyagor, and then until we reached Panyagor, and now Panyagor has become even crowded. A lot of people came. We reached Panyagor. Those commanders I told you, everywhere in all distance, about 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers is clear. And there were the post two. There is the reconnaissance post two that was left there to protect the headquarters. Yes. So there was no threat or fear that maybe we will be attacked when we were on our way. Until we went there, the Joriak and all other commanders and everybody got busy with the work, with what they're trying to do, with transforming the SPLM, Nasser faction into the SIM, which is the South Sudan Independent Movement. It was supposed to, it was going to be announced in Dr. John Garang village, Kongor or Panyagor. I even went there. We even went there to the Kongor where in the Luak that the John Garang was born in. Yeah, when we went there, and the even sit in the, with the bab or the talwak, usually a talwak at the shop. Engineer Edward here. There was the interview over there. He said in the talwak with the share that this is where John Garang was born, and he's not here now. So I'm going where he is now in Equatoria. So that was the mission that took us over there. And then when we were in Penagole, everybody started coming. Him came, the late wife of Victoria, came with the Alam and some other people. Then the other time that I don't remember what how many days or days, and then Uncle Joseph Odu came, and Carbino, Point, Nunbol, and Naratan came, and there is another guy called Tim Goldie. You were with them too in jail before. They were in jail. Yeah, they came, and 2 days later or some days, William Nguyen came in another direction, not with the airplane. Yeah, it was busy. It was a big deal. It was something big in Panyagor, ladies and gentlemen. It was something big. 5 airplanes landed one day there, in a small town like what town like Panyagor. 5 airplanes, all journalists coming to try to record or try to to cover the announcement of Sim or South Sudan independent movement or what? We were with the bodyguard and everybody. We were just watching there. We recorded 5 airplanes came, and a lot of them will come that try to meet Victoria. Everybody they come. Big people just coming to need to meet the chairman. We don't need to meet the chairman. So that was what happening in Panyagor. So we were there, and there are a lot of meetings. Like I told you that there was a big meeting in held one day between Dictoriak and Carbino about the leader of the movement, and that meeting was resolved using an example of Zubair Muhammad Saleh with a quote with agreement him and Omar al-Bashir met that when they were in the Sudan army last time, they were talking about who will hit the bear mega coup first, and he fell. He been put to jail. Al-Bashir will make the second coup and go and release him and make him a bias chairman. And if the bear succeed, you will go and release, and Bashir make his and fail, you will go and release Bashir and be the vice. So I heard it very well that Titoriak and Carbino did some argument about that, and Arautan put in that example that let's do this. Carbino, you did yours and you failed. Why we don't do it like what happened in Sudan? Carbino, you did yours, you are cool and you failed, you've been put in jail. Now Dictorial did his and he succeed. Okay, now why can you become vice president like what they did there in Sudan? And Commander Carbino was, and everybody else, all of them, include Jaldo Modur. Yeah, everybody was convinced by that example. And Carbino, he back down and he become the vice. Now there is a second argument that will happen too between Dr. Riak or Chairman Dr. Riak and Jalduang, Uncle Odur. That argument, in my view, it did not end. It did not have a conclusion. Because I know it very well. Because they left a meeting and they went in the room. As a special bodyguard, I know very well that as a special bodyguard, I went there like twice. They held a meeting 2 days, and I went to the room. I used to go to the room. I can hear them talking. As soon as I open the door, I go in. They keep quiet until I go and look for what I'm need in the room there. And Victoria will be staring at me. And when will I be leaving, or when will I get out in the room? And as soon as I get out in the room and come out and close the door, and then they will start talking inside there. There are 2 of them. Until the day that attack happened. It was like 3rd day. I believe it was 3rd day because there was because there was argument between Uncle Odur that if we are going to announce the South Sudan independent movement, we are not going to start the fight. We're not going to go to Juba to fight Dr. John Garang. We just can talk it by Lesa. And I never talked to him, but one day I'll talk to him. He was confronting oral. You know, when the chairman move around, he moved with a lot of orals, with a lot of Sonki, Zakira, Ogai, rock. So Jalduang Odu was beaten when Ditoria move around. One day, where I saw him, and I heard him say something that Ditoria move with a lot of all these guns, rock, a lot, when there is 50 or 70 people around you with the cool, this metal that people are carrying, all these metal, they make noise, a lot of noise, those who were in the bush or in SPLA, you know it. When those commanders move around with like 50 or 100 or more bodyguard, the only thing you can hear is not foot. You hear a lot of metal, rock. And Jaldo was looking at the bodyguard. He said, "Sila del they should." Yeah. I saw him at one point that he was talking about that. He complained about Auraz Katiro, Chalin Nasila Katir, they should mafi. You knew that. Yeah, that Bejibu got a belesan, but the name of a Kilim belesan, but my Silatan. Yeah. I parallel heard him talking about something like that. Until when they were talking, everybody was in the meeting there, all these commanders, all these Carabino, William Yuan, Rauton, Dieter Lam, Peter Sule, Ochang, Dieter Ochang, those of Tengwali, those of Emma. And there are a lot of commanders. Yeah, you can, the commanders, there will be like around something like 20 or 20, almost 30 commanders. There was a lot of them. Panyagor was full. People. It was a big event that was taking place in that part of the country that day. Until from those days, we did receive some intelligence coming. There was some feeling that something is not right, that we may be under attack or some sort of something one day. Yeah. So those of intelligence, our headquarters intelligence chief was Thomas Dosquet. Yeah, with under the Captain Johnson Tao. And also there was a Shuluk guy who were two of us in the headquarters, the Shuluk guy, me and Cham. And I don't remember then Chanotaga, he was also the security guy. He's the one that walked end to end with Thomas Dos that time. But there were some signal coming from the villages or people who are coming into the town, Panyagor, that there are some activities in the village that Panyagor may be or it could be under attack in any day now. And that intelligence were taken seriously and was taken to Ditoria. Know very well that Ditoria and those who did some conversation about it. I was standing there. That Thomas Joseph told Ditoria that we did receive credible information that there is attack coming. So Ditoria said, where is attack coming from? Yeah. Where are they coming from? From which direction they're coming from? Then the Ditoria, Dosbet was saying that yes, we received it. Ditoria dismissed that when he's talking with that word. From which direction that are they coming from? So Ditoria was asking himself that because all the direction was to our knowledge or Ditoria knowledge, maybe all the direction was sealed. You know what I'm saying? The direction, the direction from the side of Tianjia is sealed because there were the 2,000 soldiers that been sent there to watch that there, because what we know is all the forts that were in Bor, Oman and Siabo, they withdraw to the side of Jamdiam. And that side of Jamdiam is what Commander Titoriak was thinking, that maybe that side is sealed. There is no threat coming from somewhere. But behind us from Upper Nile, there was George Athor that we did not calculate that he will move. In my thinking, we did not calculate George Athor that he will leave Atar and come to Panyagor. Well, and also in my knowledge and even tutorial knowledge, that time, George Athor don't have even forced to, like I told you earlier, George Athor do not mind to I go, but the first goal, 4,500 landing. It cannot happen if it is in real fight. So it was just it was nothing, because he was in Atar there with a small force there. Then no way he can come and overrun the force that we have. So I think in tutorial we did not calculate George at all. Like I told you, the force that we are watching, those in Jomdiam, and any force that will come from Equatoria, from the SPLA headquarters there. Those are the force that we will be worried about. But the Equatoria was very far. It will take some weeks walking. If you come walking from Equatoria, it will be some weeks to reach Panyagor. So the intelligence was really credible. George Asor came around Panyagor, indeed, with the force he have, and with the force he have, with their calculation, that will toll any force or forces that editorial that been deployed in a way that that they are there, deployed over there, do not go to them directly. That was the plan from John Garang. That I go, my ultimate sector go al Barcelona, itum, but say minu, shifted. The Gologo, I can I go on the Riagrasalolecum, matters the Chak and Makulkul. I'm Chubara, but better you trigger time to be Riasa. I'm Chubara, but the better you trigger. Find a way that to get to the headquarters. That was the calculation that I did let John put. That you don't want to get, because if you're going to Waja, come to the Waja water, Jamadel, it will have Jamadel. There are no 5,500 votes that Victoria were coming with. If you face them face to face, you will not do you will not do damage, or you will not push them back. So it will find a way not to confront them, find a way to get around them and go to the headquarters by Makan. So that's exactly what George Athor has done. George Athor came, find a way, and he came close to the villages around Panyagor. And those villages told us, really, like I told you earlier, that there are some villages that came with the information that maybe tomorrow they spoke in Denka. Gal one month here, gal miak do that. We're liutin. Younger than that, younger we kalat. That was incredible. That you see, tomorrow or next tomorrow, you guys are not here anymore. We said, really? Yeah. The information that was people was laughing, man. This Denka, man, they just talking something like this. Yeah. What were they talking? Is a real man that they will cheer the way the way that they're talking? Yeah. That was just Kadib Saki. Until that morning on March 1983, George, I told what the information we had that time, Kolmanyang already on the way with the commando and with those of Yeraswad and everybody else. And he was George Ator was around Panyagor, but he was waiting Talimat, Kolmanyang, Arak, or Kulu forces around or Kulu anywhere that Noksamayan Bokun Panyagor. Even though in Jam too, they came with even with the forces. You know, even when the fire broke out in Penagole, our forces that the 2,000 something that were watching the direction of Jam, they came running from there. That something happened to the headquarters of Penagole. And even some of the soldiers are coming from the TGR of Jam. But because they've been told that not to go directly to the to the post, go around them. We didn't know that let's know. So George Ator was around Panyagor until all the forces just came from Jam, maybe they arrived first, and the forces that are on Upper Nile with George Ator, they arrived there, they wait. What we heard that they wait a week. They become tired of waiting. Maybe the secret will be revealed or Bakashabo, Bakashabo, man was a local. And then Kwalmanyang is on the way, just on the way. They're coming with high speed from there, approaching Bor. And then Kwalmanyang gave order to raid Jamadel. Yalamal raid Kalas. And a jay, and a boss, a Lincoln Bukura or Bad Bukura. And then in the morning, that was the judge saw that that would give a fire or that fire. Judge saw how can Tarabna be Penagole Sabah. That resulted in the capture of Uncle Jalduangadu. It was just people. It was a big fight. It was a big fight until they sheared us away from Panyagor. It was something unbelievable. It was disbelief. It was what do we call, what English call stunned. We were stunned. Everybody was stunned about what happened, something like this. Never seen it. No one has seen it coming. We were stunned by that. And then we ran until there is a small town called Mayom. Those who know Panyagor very well, or those of Congo area, we ran there with about 2 hours. There was heavy fighting, very, very heavy fighting. You don't see a lot. There is a lot of people inside a small town too. Like that of Panyagor. It was a small town. It was not a very big town with that big number. Yes. So a lot of people die. A lot of people die. We run. We stop over there. And all the commanders that are there, like I told you, those of Carbino, William Nyon, Arauton, Dr. Lam, those of those of Peter Sule, those of Peter Chang, everybody was there, all of us. And all other commanders, those of Simon Kirwijwal, there, those of Panyakang, those of Tiro, those of Garos, everybody was there. There are a lot of commanders from, especially those who came from N2 before that they were there. And then we ran and then we regroup in Mayam. There is a small town called Mayam. I think it's the northwest of Panyagor. And then when we regroup, that morning of the fight, I did not see Uncle Odu that morning, but I saw him yesterday when they finished talking in the evening, and everybody know that because their mess, they use with tutorial. So when they eat dinner, yeah, all of them they don't have a separate mess. They all eat together. All of those commanders except William Nguyen, yeah, the headquarters over there, but Andy Tolam also, yeah, there was a lot of those of war, those of what do you call it? Yeah, Changu. Yeah, there was a lot of Tolam headquarters. Yeah, yeah, they are in this far side from the headquarters of Victoria. Yeah, but those Carbino, Aracon, and Peter Sule and the other people, they don't have headquarters. They are so they stay in the building. There are a lot of buildings there. You know, Panyagor been built very well. It's like a city in those of big town. Yeah, and it was built by Abel Elia. It has a light too. It was built a concrete, cement in no doubt. That way how the Panyagor was built. So we've been told that that is a small town. Earlier in Maniji, which be a Kura in it, Panyagor in the Mabamchi, Mabagot, the village without Asile, the Vitam, another night, another lower Kongor Yada village. But Abelalia built that a small town, just like a big city, with everything in it. And that is how it goes. It went. So that morning, after we've been attacked, we've been pushed away from Panyagor reserve until we reached Mayom. We did Tanzim. We regroup over there, and we put in calculation, and Carbino and William Young came back ahead. Everybody we came back, but headquarters is always behind, but not very far. Not very far, especially with that kind of fight. There we did not remain behind that with the chairman. Everybody was devastated. You know the word the English uses, devastated and astounded. Yeah. Nobody talked to. They know. There's no good news, especially we have lost Waikang. I've been seeing. Yeah, Waikang. Yeah, who did the second William Nguyen, or even bigger than William Nguyen in Gajag over there, Waikang. The Zol Gogol, the person who will be known in Israel that you know what he used to say? He said that Anna Waikang can Pirajil be doing that. Anna Baba copy Rajil. Gogol, he don't speak Arabic. He speaks well. He will ask people that what is it? Can Gogol Rajil Maba Kabzor? His nickname is Rajil Maba Kabzor. He said that he's a man. He's not afraid of any man in the world, no matter who you are. That's how the Kwaikang was known. Yeah. No matter how man you are, or how tough man you are, or any tough man in the world, no matter how tough you are, Kwaikang is not afraid of you. That's the man that we was walking by him, because when he said that, or when he took the post, Kwaikang never come. Not those of Volcom. Too, a lot of the people in Australia know Volcom. When he fight there with those of Salva Kiir in Megwe before, yeah, and there is a lot of memory of Volcom, that Agua zone. But when we come back to our headquarters, it's not a Volcom, it's a Paikang. So Paikang fall that morning. Yeah, he died. Paikang and Odu, yeah, there were the high profile figures that we lost. Hotel commander or captain, we don't talk about them. Yeah, but we lost Commander Paikang and a lot of hotel commander. It depends that one hotel commander come with Commander Tito Biel Galwak from Bentiu too. He died too. But the big news was the Jalduang Odu and Fajakam. Those are the but Odu. Since there's so many people, you were not shot. Yeah, you were not shot. Even when we came back, the UN, they are the ones that have been captured alive. Odu and the UN guy, UN Kawaja. That even Kawaja guy was us. That the one that been they drink tea with him. Yeah, when they brought him until he himself, Odu, spoke with the late Dr. John with the radio communication until the final order came. That is what the narration of the Kawaja, the UN said that yes, the Odu was not shot, he was not die, and he's the one that will guide people to his body. That his body is over there, yeah, and we were there, but they beat him with the choke that catch up Kawaja, but they did not harm him very well. I mean, very bad. They didn't harm the Kawaja, but they beat him with a chajar choke, and they were giving, they drink tea with Udu. Yeah, but if Dr. John was somebody else, I think he would have let Udu free and arrest him, because Zol Masagopi Shakalas Salim Mawa Walamain Duaja, you would not have the person that you know, he know La Vodu, La Paljosa Vodu, yeah. Yeah, and if I was him, I would not have done what he done to him in that Panyagor. So, Victoria Kaya, Victoria Udu and Paikang, Victoria and everybody, as all of us, everybody cry when they bury him there. And so that was a devastating day for us. So when Carbino and William Nguyen came, they said, yeah, those four that were, George, I thought they did not even take even a second. They just overran them and we come back. Then we come back to the town. You know, when the fight broke out first, Ejima, honestly, to tell you, there's the one guy, you know, that time that we all, we light a fire. You know, that time, early in the morning, 7 o'clock, the bird she did. It was the bird she did. It was very, very cold in the morning at that time. So we light the fire to put up the tea for the commanders. And before a fight, you see, there's a gunner that I will not forget in that fight. His name is Lone. The gunner, Bogolo Motfaji, that became the Victoria. Yeah, it's Molone. Min Bull. Zul Gowe Kalas. This guy, when Victoria went to take shower in the morning, he went behind the Imam with his speaker facing the Gaba. Yeah, the bush with his speaker, because he's a gunner, Motfaji, that with the PKM that protected the chairman. Victoria went there. They went to the shower, took shower. Lone went and stood behind the Imam there with his PKM, him and his Mosaid, Garinyatil. I remember them very well. So we light the fire. He looked to his right. He saw me. We said, because there was cold, we light the fire, and then he saw the fire. When he saw the fire there, he told him, until you come running, he said that, and I said, me too. I was cold. I sit on the fire. I said, yeah, the man is bad. So this guy came, he ran because we were in the Morfaji. You cannot leave the gun. He came quickly, and then he said, "My is cold. It's very cold. It's very cold." Then he put it. The actual usually chingomala machire the wishing on my today. Excuse me, man. It's cold. Today. The wishing on my machire. That is the actual wishing on my machire. The chingomala machire. And then he rubbed it in. At least because he was scared. And then he ran back quickly to his gun there, and then he stood over there. That guy was the first person. Less than 10 minutes or 5 minutes later, we are the Zol National until he's been seen. Those great, he's standing over there. When the fire started, then we look around and look around, and then those great showing that he was the one that had been shot first. Then we ran in the room. We ran to our room with to take the gun, and then those great came and took his Dababir Bara. He said that this guy, the Garma Jabar, then he took the Dababir because people were dressing, with the Dababir, the Commander at Kulu, General at Kulu. So everybody started taking all these Dababir del Bara. Yeah, because the fire started. So we know that the Garma Jabar, and then we will ask who the Lone Jabar. Oh man! Then when then I come and I put on my other clothes and put on my hoop and get my gun and cock my gun, and then I come out. And then we all come out. Even it was well with the three bodyguards. They come running. So when we come, the fire is very, very heavy, and it made me and the other guys around there difficult to make it to the assault. The assault in each way, because in our body guide there are three lines over there inside the body guide and outside body guides. So Loin was national min Bayi in Agda, and even though he was in the line 3 of the border guys and the jet bara, Loin was wounded. And then what Loin did, that is something that Mega Deben get relief sure. Loin gave the PCM to Garniatel, and he told Garniatel, take a PCM and give me your kalan. And then Loin ran inside the Victoria House room. And he stayed there until we were years away. And when we came, ladies and gentlemen, there were six. It was something that nobody tell you that this has happened. When we come at the door, there are 3, and there is a window, few windows. There were 6 enemy soldiers around Victoria House, and we were cheer. That is Loin. Loin was inside. He was shot in. He was killed inside. But outside, there were 6 people that were trying to get inside, but Loin prevented them not to get in the room, and Loin fought with them. 6 of them. There at the door, there were 3. At the other window on the other side, there is somebody there. On the other windows, on the other side, there's somebody, because it's a building with a lot of windows. That building is like a lot of building in the west here. There are some people. So we found them, and there was a big cheer that Loin, as the Loin was the one that inside there, because the Garniatel said that he gave me a PCAM and he took a line and he ran inside. Well, he did not die right away. But he fought with them inside until he forbade nobody come inside, or nobody they shot him first, until he took 6 people with him. Imagine that. So that that is really the beginning of the Panyagor war now. So when we came, then we took these people outside. We collect them. Yeah, me myself, I helped with some other people carry somebody away from the building, and we took them very far, where they will. I don't know, but I help. I have somebody help me and another guy. We carry one person outside, outside the village, and we left them there. I don't know, some other soldiers over there. We come back inside. We try to make a cleaning for the place for the people to live now. Clean everybody. There is the body around inside the village here or inside the town. Yeah, you guys tell them, yeah. Tell them, we go away now, wara town. Yeah. So to clean out so that not Bamal Nadava was not book the record to my issue, my issue. So that is what is that was the beginning. There. And then we clean, and then the sun dropped down. We slept. You know, in South Sudan, there is there's no noise. We slept. There's no noise, no light. Then we slept. The place was quiet. You cannot hear anything. We slept until our radio. Yeah, we were like 4 radio being captured from us, but there one radio, radio communication, that was of the radio communication with the SPLA training. It was a man that the radio chief communication person, Mama Kana Zuru, that something happened. Don't leave the radio behind. If you leave the radio behind, based on what I know when we know in SPLA, those are just Mama Kana through elevated the mode my radio, otherwise it's the Shilo map. And the map a Jibu map, the Jerim Kabira. So one guy that before unplug it, everything from the radio, he just grabbed the radio when the pipe broke out and he ran with his radio. And that radio was charged later on, was connected to the car, and we were able to communicate. But with the 5 radio, we lost like 4 of them. 2 of them were the UN radio communication. So we came, when we came back, and then we did some cleaning. The arrows were buried in our platoons. We lost 11. We Jamaat Aurat Barao. The total we headquarters Kuluda for the 7. Sabarbain, I remember very well, and even today. So what are the Kulu include just about it was 47 of us lost life. In our peloton alone, about 150 or 200 bodyguards, it was like 11 of us. 11 from Syria Tauras. And then we slept. When we slept, like I told you that we slept at night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 a.m. The radio communication is coming. Kolmanyang is on the way, close to you guys now. Maybe passing Bor, approaching Bakarwil. So the real fight you guys did not see. Yeah, that was what Nairobi radio was telling us. The real fight you guys did not fight. What happened to you guys was Georgia so that Amalekum red, but the red Yautarasum Lakin Checkal Asil, Yauda Kolmanyang Jada, Asil Kubar, Young Java in Uganda, or Jama Kamadokulu. So the real fight, or Lakan Kolmanyang was a lecum, Yauda the Checkal Asil, Yauda Bishop Babdal Naire. Babda Lekum Layam Al Jada. So man was I say we slept 1 o'clock. Some going to 2 o'clock, it was the place was dark that you don't see. And in South Sudan over there, people are now mapping Nur Arabia. You see the light from the car, you see them from hundred of mile away. Nur Arabia is side name was a Sakalata. Then we saw, the reconnaissance people start seeing some Nur Arabat. Yeah, so Nur, wow, Nur. Taban, Yoda, not the Lulu Galo, Yoda, Ikin, Yoda, one man, Yoda, Pinu, Arabat. In list of the Bulgarian. They're still on the other side of the south side of Medinbor. They're coming now to the other side. Until they're really coming, they come there. Then when they pass Medinbor, then we hear the sound. The South Sudan is very quiet. There's no noise. You can hear the sound of the car very, very far, about even 2 hours away. Then everybody got a clear message that not where they will be talking that they should have class, should have and then all the commanders been called. Victoria called the commanders. Now what people are going to do? Goal with them, the muscle class to be Bitana can't be sealing that direction. All the goal that are around, we all come now. Everybody come back to Panyagor. And then people talk until Victoria talk to them 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Then decision was made that all the commanders, by Mafia, the commander, Majutan, and Garwidwal. And then Garwidwal was sent, for them to go and meet them wherever they come, wherever they will meet before even they come. Because before they come, meet them wherever the Dalimat, wherever they have to meet them and stop them or put them back. And then Garwid left with other commanders. They went until become in the morning. The radio communication were working very hard to bring the airplane to airlift Ema, because Ema was with us, and it will be Bogor de Bokun Jerima Kabira and Marada Gomot Bishakala in the Asan Kana Nastan, but Moshara said Marada Yoda with us. So the airplane, the work has been done by those of Simon Moore in Nairobi, those of Tabandem, and right away the airplane was sent early in the morning. And they were taken. The airplane arrived that's 8 or 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock, the airplane had arrived. And then with the airlift, and there was big relief. I see Victoria was very relieved when the airplane come and took him with those of the Torlam. They all went back, and then now remain as Titoriak and William Nguyen and other commanders. So Garwi went there, and they went there, and then when Paul Penyang arrived to Bakarwil, then they took a rest over there. They arrested, and then our forces went there, and then they moved the first Bakarwil. Then when the first Bakarwil, Umanamal Dar, Galomanamal Dar, and after the slept there, Umanakulura, Lade Sabah or Sakam Kid. Then when they make a Dara or wherever they did a circle that they rest over there, and then our forces attacked them. And it was a huge fight. We went there, but we were not close to the front line. Yeah, we were not to go to the front line. But they fight there, with the other commanders, they fight. It was a big fight. It took longer than the fight that we did yesterday morning. Yeah, they fight from 9 o'clock until 2 p.m. And then everybody came. They start coming. They start, everybody retreat back. And then I saw around 2:40 or something like that. Let's say, Garwit came. Garwit come running, Iran, he came running, cup, Ditoria, who got him, I said, who is that? Garwit one. Then he come and report to Garwit, he report to Ditoria that there's no more talk. They talking where, got a chetty did. Chetty did. They got a shaking, what? Shaking, that was a bad news. Yeah, the market now. The Calcutta, the Macasarok water, that was bad news. And then all the soldiers start arriving, all the work. Then from there, we all go down. Everybody now to be on the standby, everybody can see the kid, you smoke, but that's not, but because we know that they're coming to Panyagor. Yeah, everybody knows that they're coming. Yeah, if you don't stop them on the way, or you don't shoot them back or put them back, Kwan Manyang is coming directly to Panyagor. So what happened there. Yeah, really around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and then we heard some Awan. They're coming with the 2 Awan, at the 1 or at the 2. And then the shelling start. The reconnaissance force told us that they move. They they advance to us. The reconnaissance force they came running. They moved. They came, and then the shelling started. Then the shelling started until the 2 jeep. One jeep was 1925. Another one something like 12.7 or something. Yeah, but the zoo have like something like 312 on the sun. You see, but there is some car calling the sun over there, the Yola and the sun that is really used on them. Yeah, one the sun, is carrying the Nana with the kid without full. So many do enough the kid. Until the shell of Panyagor, the big shelling, and then Bachoy, where the 14.5. They're still on the distance now. They are the Kalanyat Lisa, Matter of Panyagor. Then Luman Shabago Maguat, the concern, and now this of the 8, but the 12.7, 14.5 and Aon 81 and 82, they are landing right inside Panyagor. Right inside Penagole. Until they came the party, and then they drove us out. And then they came, the fight start until Kalanyat, Shabagu, rub. We did not last long. And then we ran again toward Mayam. That day, we lost the car called that wild. Worked out that wild, can't Charles Zakir and Meshi Lem enough. He became very thirsty. Even I saw him, he want to drink water. And he went to the river to drink water. Nobody drinking water. When the fire started, he did not make it back to that wife. Yolo, you big Yolo, that wife. They remained there. And then we ran away into the river and listen. We ran back to the side of Mayam, which is going to the direction of of the Nuer land. So that is what happened. When we went over there, there's no option now. There's no plan anymore there to try to do the Tanzim or to regroup to come back again to Panyagor. And then all the car that we have was divided among the headquarters, the territorial headquarters, will given their Y, then there were one their Y, then William Nguyen, but another their Y, and there are some other cars. We did have something like 13 cars and Jibat. Then we moved. Yeah, there were no plan to go back to Panyagor. With that fight, we did not lose somebody big, but there were commanders over there and all the army. Yeah, they fought very hard with them inside Panyagor until they dropped them back. Then when they dropped them back, then we took a step back. When they fight in the front, then we take the step back. So when we saw that, or the chairman noted there's no need, and then we got in that way, then we drove to Pokta. Yeah, and then we drove to Pokta. And then when we got to Pokta, and all the forces that make their way to Pokta, all night walking, they got there. Some of them got in the morning because everybody will not get in the car now. That there are no enough car with big force like this. So we went there, and then we made it to Pokta. At night, we slept in Pokta. Then Alasanzim Malo Nadafar some Canada to Pokta. And then we stayed in Pokta all day. The same time, something around 2 or 3 p.m. And then they arrived. Then the fight broke out again and Pokta again. The Pokta, that where Paul Manyang was wounded. Yeah, Paul Manyang was wounded in Pokta there. And then they drove us out from Pokta. And all the forces, we retreat to Ayut there. But we tricked them because there is a credible intelligence that if you go to that, what they're looking for is the headquarters of Victoria Measure, the headquarters. So don't encounter, do not face any force. Go directly to the headquarters of the chairman. So we tricked them, and then everybody ran to Ayot, but we went to UI there with nobody know. Yeah, Victoria brought some trick that if they're coming looking for me in the headquarters, okay, let's say that we all ran to Ayot. Okay, so everybody ran to Ayot over there. So when the Paul Manyang were there wounded in Pokta, yeah, you were there lifted over there. The airplane land over there. We did have intelligence. The airplane came and airlifted him with the 2 barrels benzene. Jajabu Mao. And so you were airlifted to Loki. And that airplane that airlift Paul Manyang rode with him with it 2 barrels with the benzene. That what is intelligence that what we've been told for. So because they're looking for the headquarters, they went to Ayot and we went to UI. You know, it's like going to the completely almost opposite direction or another direction. And then they went to the guy who left. I don't know really. The guy who left over there, whether it was because of it all. I heard from somebody that Biraswat, Palmanian came with Biraswat. Piang, but somebody else said that Piang did not come. I don't know.
Dengara.
Yeah. So then they went to Ayot and they did a lot of damage there. They fought over there until they find out from radio communication that the Toriak measure is not in Ayot. So the radio intercept, because there's a lot of radio interception over there that will tell where you are. So they find out from the current radio intercept that Victoria is not in Ayot, he is in UI. And then the post come to UI. Yeah, for some week we've been in UI, and then the post show up in UI. So when the post show up in UI, then we fight again. Then we run again to what? You know, the engineering, then we ran to what? When we get to what, we were really, many commercial data is what we are going to do now. What we are going to know. Now there is our artillery is in Pakak with the Open Awan. Open Awan was he came from Egypt. He was engineer, but he came and he was trained by the Victoria in Pakak, and he was given the command of all the Nazarbayan artillery. So Open Awan was ordered by Victoria to come from Pakak with the Rabai, Zoo, or some other gun, heavy weapons. But the bigger gun that we need in this situation is that will boost the morale is the Rabai and the Zoo. They came, they crossed the Sobat River. It was difficult for them to get all these guns across. So we went there, when they shipped from UI, we ran to Wat. And then they moved again from Wat, from UI, they're calling us to Wat, because the order from Lady Georgian was that they need to be in Nasser, that John Garang.
Omai.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you try to summarize so then we can give chance to Tongyang is here, Olan is here, Jeremiah is here, and we remain like almost 2 hours because we are working tomorrow morning. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Exactly. I was there. Yeah, this is the end. Yeah. Then we from UI, then we ran to Wat, and then they tried to follow us to Wat, and they came. So there is a town called Untao before you go to Wat. The people who know that area, they came there. The only gun that can reach Wat from Untao is Aoun 82. But Aoun 82 will did not read Wat, the inside white. But there's some shelling coming from Untao to Wat. And then we retreat to Widang. And that's where we find the news that, they will not come here. It is something that has been said here at the Widang here by the Mundang, that something like this will happen. But it is the end. They will not put Kureno here to Widang or what. But really, they stay there for a week or 2 weeks in Untao. Something prevents them not to come to what? Not even Widang. Because Widang is like 45 minutes from Wat, south of the Wat. So when we went to Widang, grandson of the Mundang, they killed the cow, they talk, they pray there, and it's been said that this force that has been chasing you guys all the way from Bor, even if Nuer themselves, all of them gather, will not put them back, but God will be the only one who will just return them back by themselves. And they will not, that is indeed the last place that they attack or they put their leg in, it was the Untao. There was a lot of news or expectation that they will put their leg in one, or they will capture one, and then go to Nasser. But they did not reach one or we then. So I think Mundeng has prevented them not to come there or what. Yes, that's according to what I heard. Yes. So that is what is that is the history, brother and sister, and engineer Edward, and I know Tongjiang is here. Comrade Tongjiang, yeah. I know you did not make it. I don't think you make it to since we separate in Nasser. I don't know if you made it. I don't think you made it to Panyagor where we left since you separated from your old commander, Ditorio Meshar, when we were in Nasser in 92. I believe 92 you left, but this was in 93. Yeah. So I left 91. Oh, you left in 91, yes. Okay. Yeah, in September 17. Yes, that's the time I left. Okay. And then I got arrested there. Okay, yes. Okay, yeah. So that's what I have, Engineer Edward and listener. I will conclude here and thanks everybody that will come and listen to the presentation, and I hope that I give you guys the information about what really happened, like I narrated to you. So appreciate your time of being to listen to my presentation here, and thanks the South Sudan Political Club and Engineer Edward and the voice of the people. So I will stop here, Engineer Edward. Thank
you. Thank you so much, General Omai. Really, thank you for narrating this very important record of the history. Like what I said earlier in the beginning of this show, what we are doing here, actually, we are trying to reflect back on our history. Here, what we are saying is history. No, there is no room for liars. General Omai, he was there as a witness to what happened in 1993 in March. There is a colleague here. I have also, actually by now it should be General Tongjiang, General Ulang, General Jermayo, General Uyo. Can you mute your mic, please? Ben, can you mute your mic?
Okay, there's something I want to say later.
Yeah. I will give you floor. Yeah, don't worry. Yes.
It's a clarification before the other people speak.
Okay, just a minute. Just a minute. Khalas, degiga. And I will. Can you mute your mic? Actually, let me welcome you all. Before actually I give Tokjak here. Then Uyo actually is actually working in early morning. Let me just request from Tokjang and Ulang Jermayo to give him some minutes. But before he spoke, let me give Comrade Dan. He's saying it's a clarification, and it's good also to make that clarification. And if there is a chance also, General Omai can also correct it, or the other comrades, those in the room here. So then can you make that clarification?
Okay, thank you very much, comrades. This is very good. History is history, whether bad or good. So it is good that you are telling what I call the witness account, or as stories that are connected to you. Our history in South Sudan is being diluted. It is told for commercial purposes, but not for the sake of how we struggled all these years to liberate our country. Either way, I would say that our intentions were good. We just took different paths in achieving what we have today. So congratulations to all of you who are sharing your personal stories today. When General Omai was speaking about Panyagor and a village that is a little bit north of Panyagor, I want to say that the name of that place is not Payom, but it's called Payom. Payom is my Puma. So it is Payom. So if you had gone a little bit north,
it's Payom, yes.
Yes, northwest of Panyagor, which is about maybe 7-10 kilometers, then that is Payom. So thank you. That's what I wanted to correct, so that it goes in the history book as Payom that you had gone to. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was, because I don't know the village. Yeah, somebody told us they call Mayam. That's why I said yes, but but it's good to correct it. The real name. Yes, but somebody pointed us to you that that village is called Mayam. Yeah, but okay. Yeah, that's a good correction. Thank you. Yeah, it's very good correction. From Panyagor to north is Payom, and then you go to Warnyol, and you go to Bakrowil, and you go all the way to side going to Duken.
Yeah, going to Poktap. So
Yeah.
it is Payom, and it's Warnyol if you go a little bit west, and then you go back to Bakrawil, then you go to Poktap. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Like this is what I said earlier. We are recording here history. Nobody actually allowed to come up and actually to say something which is not true. And that's why I accepted to interview, to come here with General Omai. We need to record that. And also, both of you are up here now. I will ask a question later on. What did we learn from that in connection to the current situation in South Sudan? Because we need to learn from our history. Before I go to Comrade Tongjiang, let me give Oyo working early morning. I think you need some minutes. I'm sorry for that, General Tongjiang, Ulany, and Jeremiah. So Oyo, can you come in?
What I want to say first, I would say, thank you. If you get somebody like you working hard like that, that is good. Second, Tongjiang is here. Deng is here. Ulany is here. Omai is here. And then there's another guy here, I don't know the name, but no problem. What I want to say, أنا بلقبت كلام تاعي أنا بقول ربي نيونغورو ده ونيونغورو إنجليزي ده كمان ما مشكلة.
Mind the go ahead, yeah.
أنا ده نقول أول أنا كان ماشي غابة في 1985. أنا كنت جيش الأمريك بتاع دلدلون. ده introduction بتاعي أنا ده نقول. أنا علموا في بونغو دول كان البامول مركز بتاع ترينا ده بقولوا مجونديت. أنينا ياو جيش الأمريك كان شالو في ديما. أنينا ياو كان جيش الأمريك شالو في ديما. وكتنا دول بتاعي ولا أنا ماشي أنا كنت في السجن أنا كان بعرف مساجين يا جماعة جيجا بقولوا أنينا ما نكتب نفونا موتلي نادل كان مات شغابة أي قبيلة موت نوبة مات ما دينك براو يا مات أجل ده نقول لي أنت يا إدوت ده يستري يا أنينا راجعين فوق وكده أنا كنت في السجن أنا كان أرس مساجين نادل أنا كان بارس في مساجين ده فيو ناس دكتوراه من فيو ناس كتير يبن في واحد من شلوك وفي استيل لا بس كان في داخل السجن وكده أنا ندلت بمبان أنا كان بودا قاعد بتاع مكرسيون حتى أنا وصلت في بلدي أنا شغلته حتى في 1983 الفوق ده إيه بتاعه أنا عملت في ورا جوبا أنا رجعوا تاني في وين في ميل بقولوا كتبي أنا شاكلنا كتير يا ربنا ما في دول ما شاكل بس أنا دين نقول لي أنت يا إدوت بلد ما بدنا بمشاكل في أجاب في السوشيال ميديا إني بشل ولا دينكا في ناس ما ناديني قاعدين كذب بقول دينكا براو يا قاعد شاكل كذب نطلع حاجة ده برا from today بيجاد نيني شوفوا ده كلامه ما يقول واسا ده correct ما في كذب فوقه Chuluk, not be cheating Chuluk Galkan Chuluk Nagat, 1991.
Yeah, Oyoi. Sorry to stop you because we'll come and talk about the history next time. I think next Sunday I'm planning to actually to host you guys, the comrade from Sholok. Those actually they fought the war, and I want them to come and tell the South Sudanese about the Sholok contribution in the struggle. And also after that, I will open the room to the other tribe to come in also, because I'm trying to shape the idea every tribe in South Sudan contributed in the struggle. So let focus on the today topic.
Okay,
Just
thank
what
you.
happened in Panyagor.
Thank you.
In Panyagor only, yeah.
Kan da bita Panyagor da ana ma kace ta Panyagor.
خلاص
Haqiqa بقول.
شكرا يلا خلاص المره الجاي انت ممكن تجي تجهز نفسك ليوم السبت الجاي. انت قاعد هنا وماي ولاني هنا وجرمايا اعتقد وكاميرا جنرال مايك. I think both of you guys are short of the next Sunday. We'll come here and talk about your contribution. So you will come and talk about that. So thank you so much.
Da jana da na da ba na da kutu in 1983 ana ma kace ta Panyagor. 1983
93
yeah 1993 ana ma kace
1993
yes kan da bita mushakal bita Panyagor ana ma
خلاص شكرا خلينا ننزل التيت ما مشكله. Yeah, we need to move forward. Yeah. Then
I suggest that you actually host Mr. Oyoi one day and let him tell us about the conditions of the prisoners, the one that he was guiding.
Actually, I'm going to host them on Sunday. They will come in. We'll
Not only about Chuluk, but I really want them to talk about how these guys were arrested, the conditions they were kept in, and how long they were in prison. Those of Arokton, Carbino, Bonwato, and all these people we know, even a lot of people who are my relatives who were in prison for many, many years.
Thank you.
So somebody need to tell that story also.
You will talk about that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Comrade Tongjang, the chance to floor is yours. Jemana, anina namshi the line. Namshi Tongjang now.
Thank you very much. What I will do with my friend here, Ulana Mom, about the Equatorial operation or other thing, this particular event of 1993, there are people for sure, Paul Manyang's alive. Military intelligence of Jamus Battalion used to be a long-time commander in the father. Dengarang Bany has been thrown out now, but it's a long-time military intelligence, professional, training at Addis Ababa, training in Cuba, and took a lot of costs everywhere. During the Garang has been thrown out. He's still alive. He was one of those commanders who take that attack in with the Paul Manyang and the Panyagor. Choldeng Alak survived that attack. Dr. Machar survived that attack. Lama Kol survived that attack. Garway Dwal survived that attack. Raz Malwal, Gonbalio, Kwangdang Yirgaluak, Deng Deng Akon, Tiyar, Tab Malwal, General Omai. So I left them in September 1991. And then I got arrested and I never went back. I was in Nairobi with Ulana Mom when people find themselves in a military situation. Choldeng Alak and Dr. Richard Kaimula and Makar Benjamin. They went at the same time to make announcement in the BBC World Service, and me and Ulwan, we went to BBC the same day. So this is the situation, what happened. The way Omai was, the way he was explained the situation, you can see totally breakdown law and order in Nasser faction. Even he was saying that there was not enough ammunition. Totally breakdown. Even the troop that you can see, they were coming with Paul Manyang, they were well organized. This big event was totally a mistake to be done in Bulletin of Dr. John. Was a mistake, and that failure with Dr. Machar. That time was trying to show that is strong. But people like Dr. Lama call, and military system is a system of order. should be done in a very smart way, not provocative. And even when attack did not went to attack them in the white, if it's March or in April, there is no water in the white. There is a surge in white. If you come and I've called Manyang, they knew, and Garang Troop, they knew it. Lawnware in the dry season, all cow go to Nasser or Ulang. There's no very much water there for those troop 5,000 to consume and drink and shower will be hard in what? I think they were fatigued and Garang may be worried about food is troop in danger. And I think they just called back. Maybe they don't have no lasatic for their car. They don't have no enough fuels, but they have enough fuel than Nasser faction, Garang troop. Even those troops, when they went there, they have some brand new cars. You remember that time in Nairobi, there was a lot of brand new cars brought from Mombasa. Now, Manupol bought those cars, Toyota pickup, Tacomas, and they were cut top and they were put all 14 on top, 12 BM. They were there. So me and Ulang were not there, but what we can inject here is analyzing. So Nasser faction, they were physically enough in numbers, but they were not. They were not have no ammunition. Khartoum cannot bomb them because they were ally of Khartoum. Khartoum only can bomb Garang forces. Because in 93, Nasser faction, that's the time they tried to forge something called SPLA United, Carbino Group, and the Rock Fund to join new alliances. But they were, you can see, totally law and order breakdown 1992 when the Wuryang went attacked Malakal. An Arab is supporting you. How many enemies? You're attacking Garang, you're attacking Arab, you attack Ethiopia. So there were like maximum confusion in Nasser faction. But even some commanders, they were not follow order. This war, if you lost people like Paikang Rial of Jammus battalion, this war is not going very well. Not Turet, not Red Bangong, not a lot of commanders. And they were good war commanders, not Tito Bialchol. They can wage good war, Nasi Liga on top. But when you have type of this war of 1991 and order are not in place, even there are no ammunition enough for them, no order, no kind of like a law. But the Toriak airport, there are law and order. But his entire troop 5,000 law they are not was not in first place. And also there was a lot of rebellion also within even that time. There are some people within Nasser faction that were communicating with the Garang. Defection, when some people find out 1993, some troops stay with Dr. Machar and they're not happy with the communication with Khartoum. So you can see, but I was in Nairobi with Ulang, so Ulang will inject a discipline in the Nasser faction was totally break down. Anybody in the army know that, and that's what I think. Ulan, take over from there from you. Thank you.
Okay, can you guys hear my voice?
It's loud and clear, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, let me greet everybody here on the stage and brothers and sisters in home. Just put some word few. We'll be hanging up with any questions or backup for the Omai. What I can inject here, Comrade Tungjang already said it. Yeah, when that thing happened or the attack, actually me and Tungjang, we were in Nairobi. That was in 1993. I think the meeting was held in April. That's year, early April. And when the meeting took place, actually, there were a lot of
It was the March Ulang. It was the end of the March. Yeah.
The end of the March?
It's true. What Omai say, everything is true. The day. But I remember Choldeng Alat and Dr. Richard K. Mula and Makera Benjamin, when they come and took you and me, that's the day.
Okay. Yeah, this is my idea. I thought maybe it's April 4th or something. Or thing like that. I could be wrong. Yeah. people were talking in Nairobi, and Greg Mitchell would advise, as some young had mentioned, not to hold that meeting in Panyagor. And people, the gossip and the rumors and what's going on and whatnot. But Riek did it, as you know, Riek as a challenge to John Garang to show that they may have defeated John Garang, and they held that meeting on his own area. And that's what happened. And those of John Garang and other players and other guys, they took it as a challenge, just like how, just example, as how Hitler went and tried to destroy Stalingrad's in former Soviet Union to challenge Stalin. I think this is what Regrouping did. But thing did not go well as people thought. We have an elder guys who, Joseph Uduo, was in Nairobi, and I remember that day before I left, we have our colleague, who was Ban, the one in Iowa, and Alfred Orono, Brother Young knows him. And me and you, yeah, we did not go that day, but the people who went to his house were these two guys. Remember Tom Jung? Oh, did you go? You no. And me and Mial, that tall Mial. No. Yeah, we stayed. We did not go to Mial. Yeah, we met him before. We met him in a hotel. Yeah. Yeah, so those are the guys, the last people that went there in his house, and then when he was killed, I remember the journalists came to us, right, to give those guys interviews. Rono and a bunch of the last people that who stayed with Uncle, the eldest, Joseph Uduo, in that area. So this is account that one of us know, and one of the reasons I came up also when I heard about Commando Kwajkang was instrumental when we fought in Jacob. And that was in 1987, I remember. He's the one who trained us how to dig foxhole and all these things. And he's a quiet guy. He doesn't speak that much. And this is a guy that keep to tell us, oh, yeah, you, Jijagar Commando, John Garang, why don't you guys do this? We would say now we can just lay down like this. We don't worry about all these bullets and things like that. And he used to say, you, my kid, you guys gotta do this and do this. But I have a respect for him. But when I heard he got killed, and I thought that was really unlikely for Dr. Regrouping kill people like that, because that guy himself, even him and Paula Moon, they were the one that was instrumental to let us. And Jonur, you know Jonur, yeah. The big writer, was killed in this war. Yeah, Jonur Moon. Yeah. So this is the reason, Brother Comrade Everett, and I say, all of us were not happy, and what happened. There were a lot of things going on in Nairobi, and it wasn't nice at all. It was a bad feeling. We were there with Tom Jing, Richard Kamura, Children Alak, there were ex-prisoners.
Sorry, Engineer Edward. Yeah. So sorry. Yeah, we lost the total number that we lost on all that 5 attack. I think we're 204. That included everybody.
Thank you.
Syria, 204 is one Syria. Because Katiba Wahid in the beginning of SPLA more Koryam, Wahid Kamsin. 2 Fasila, like one Syria is 100. Another 2 Fasila 100, 2 Fasila 100, 2 Syria is 104, 204. So it's very huge loss. Yeah. And for that to lose that numbers in army, you commander, you will be questioning. Yes, you will be questioning. Yeah. But it was up and under Sherman. That's what no investigation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dong Jiang. Thank you, Lani. Let me give chance to Jeremiah.
Let me conclude, Brother Edward, my words. So, just for the record. Yeah. And after that thing, when we had those people die in Panyagor and everything, me and Tong Jiang, when we were in Nairobi, actually, Tong Jiang was part of Nasser faction. Myself, I was part of to reflections. First group who was sent by Dr. John Grant, the commander, under Peter Penyang and Captain Beer, who were told from Buma after we were organized by Bulmudut. He was told that let us go up to Nasser, cut off the head of Rebmishar, Lamakol, and Gordon Kong. This is our mission. We came all the way up to where we went, up to Kong Kong, Bibor, went up to, what do you call it, Congole, and Nasser faction. Their intention was to come and get the Red Army from Pashala. But we were strong enough, our forces went there. We had a lot of guns from our people that would die because of anger. We armed Murle, we incite them, we told them that people who are coming or the Nuer or that, we just made it like that, just to be able to defend the land. The Nuer are coming here to take your women and everything that you have. But you have to fight for your life. That's how when the Nasser faction first came to our area, when they get defeated, that's what I bet they went to Bo area during that time. It was in earlier November 1991 before we went to 1992. So I myself, I was in tourist inspection, but that time in Nairobi, I got out from it. And Tong Jing, I think, kind of got out from Nasser faction in that area. And this is what happened, and that's what we know, and all this. But we're in different camps. But we and Tong Jing, I am Tong Jing, as a comrade, we just was a political different camp. That's what we had at the time, and that's why I came up here. And when I had a commander like Kwaj Kang, the guy that was really who did a lot of things, and even they were the first people that went with Gadwel Nyakwaj and Talfakir in 87 when they levels in Jing. They were the first people who captured Kurmuk for the record. Yeah, that is what happened. So let me stop here, and anything pop up, and we'll be in backup of brother Omai.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you so much. Jeremiah, the floor is yours. Can you unmute your mic? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Brother Edward, and South Sudan political clubs and audience. Yeah. Today's topic, is very good because it is talking about the history of the coup. Those days. What I know is I was from the other side of the Dorita faction, not on the side of another faction. Those days, during the coup, I was in Koboida. And we, SPLA, or those who were in Koboida, were not aware exactly of what had been going on in Nasser. And even the declarations were not aware about it. I'm most of the comrades who were there in Koboida those days. I heard it when Dr. John came to Koboida. And the rest of the military political high command officers are starting to arrive to Koboida. And among them were General William Yonbai and General Daniel Awerakot, General Paul Minyangju, General Salpakir Mayardit, and General Waldim Wall led, and they were there. So in the evening, I then was a Bombata, was a member of the artillery in Kopoida. because those days we had just concluded operation around Koboida, because there were some militias government used to send from Juba to Koboida to recapture Koboida. And by then the area commander was led General Deng Ogwang, and we were about to go to Western Equatoria to conduct operation. Then he said, okay, let this artillery remain to defend Koboida. So I was there. And in the evening, I heard announcements advising the civil populations to wash their clothes, let them wash their clothes, let them be clean. In the morning, people had to go to the airport in Koboida. And we didn't know exactly what is going on. So in the morning, civil population, they went to the airport. And it wasn't in my duty that day. Our gun was in the trucks. Then they were taken to the airport to defend the airport there. Then I interrupted all. I just put the civilian clothes and I went to the airport. I was with my friend, the former bodyguard of General Yang Dankol, Gabriel Ukush is now in the United States. I was with him together. And then later, General Luadim Wall came, and he was speaking in Denka language. And we know Denka because we've grown up in SPLA since 1985. For all I was there in SPLA. And he was saying in Denka, Abaku, Amujku. Then I was surprised why he was saying like this. It means in Denga, when they come, we're going to shoot them. And I asked Gabriel, why this general is saying like this? Quick said, no, I don't know what is going on here. Then later, a plane came on the side of Kenya. Then just passing over Koboida. And the convoy of those commanders in general, they came. So there was Jeep in front, then followed by Dr. John Carr, and then it came like that. So they came, they stopped, then the aircraft, the plane that just passed. They stood there about 5 minutes, then they went back. Then I realized there is someone coming. When these people come to the airport like this, there is a plane which they were expecting to come to Koboida. And that plane may be coming after this one. So, after some minutes, plane came. When that plane came, it was down, not like the previous one. Then they came, Jeep in front, John Garang after the Jeep, and then the rest were followed John Garang. So they went and they lined up. John Garang was on this, he stood first and followed by William Yuan. It went like that by seniority. Then the plane went and made a turn, approaching the airstrip or airport, then it landed. Before even plane touched down, I'd been seeing some audio flash, camera flash. So when it land down, really, I saw there is there were a lot of journalists on that plane. Then it stopped. Then someone came out from, I saw a white person, short a bit and thin. So in which I learned later, like he was a foreign minister of French those days, like Jacques Chirac or who, just is a French government official coming to confirm exactly whether John Garang had been overthrown or not. And when he got out from the plane, John Garang went to him, greet him, and then there was military parade there. They went there, he was given honor, and then from there, he introduced the rest to him. Then from there, just people left the airport, and the civilians they remained at airport dancing and like that. And that French official, he started walking from the airport, going to the workshop, and going there up to the administration where the offices were those days, near to John Garang house there. And there had been in discussions since morning until around 3 or 2 when he left. So when the discussion finished, then he was accompanied to the airport by Dr. John. And then before boarding the plane, they were dancing, all the tribe were dancing, people were dancing. And I can remember the last song brought by Dankabor, it was Shoba Duwe Paneriang Panda Titimimta. So Yangoram just joined the dances, and then that French official joined him, then they were dancing together. Then when that song finished, then he accompanied the visitor, and then make some speeches, then the aircraft left to Kenya. Now, John Garang made a rally, and I went there. So it was the time he explained to the people what happened exactly. So he said it clearly there was a coup. Dr. Riag and Dr. Lam, Gordon Komshul, they made a coup in Nasser. And he talked about disadvantage of the coup, and especially when people are in guerrilla. And he put it clearly that they will never succeed. They will never succeed in that coup. And what he had been telling people, like it's a lot from the back, it is saying like that. So, and he talked about it, he explained to the people clearly what happened. And after some days, 2 days or 3 days, the rest of the commanders, they started leaving Koboida. And John Garang was the last person who left Koboida. And only Joseph Kuo did not attend. He was expected to come, but he could not manage to come because of maybe he did not get an aircraft to bring him from Nuba Mountain to Koboida. And it was a time also I heard I heard about a communication between Dr. John and the leaders of Nasser faction for them to come to Koboida for conference. And then there was like the sayings, Dr. Riag was saying he's going to come with 220 soldiers, and the same thing to Dr. Lam, and Jangaram was saying, why are you bringing all these people? For what? So there was an argument until it went to the time of the announcement of the coup. The last day, because the rest of the commanders, they went, it was only Dr. John who remained in Koboida. The day he left, I went to the headquarters because me was his bodyguard before I was taken to the com unit. And I went there because in our tradition, when we are leaving, when there is a trip, traveling with Dr. John, people are informed to be ready. And when the time comes, people have to put the bag in the vehicle like that. Then people sit in the vehicles waiting for him to come and get to eat car, and the people start leaving. So everybody was in the car because there was a surgical boy that didn't go. So Dr. John came out from the house and then came to the gate, and I saw him. I was quite close to him. He put his asaya in his left hand, and he hold the fence. Masa coach the yamin, and kada kuren uzay nizamta nazabakar taban kurar batet the kurar batet yishir kurata na yadakaru bitanda yamal ni bukra wa zajidada. So he was standing like that. So I realized it was not good for him and the entire SPLA family those days. So that was that is in regard of the 1991 coup. To me, I am not analyzing. Me, I am from Cholo Kingdom, and I want to tell the people of South Sudan, especially those who are listening here, that war in South Sudan was fought by 64 tribes.
Jeremiah, let me try to direct you here. Actually, I was a little bit confused, but I thought is what you were saying is connected to the today topic. I think you can stop it here, and for the war, for your contribution, that will be on next Sunday, inshallah. And that's why I stopped earlier, because today just we're focusing on what happened in Panyagor. Yeah, thank you. Just you can conclude and let me go to Dan, remain Dan, and Mike. I want you guys to make comment on the today. Our focus today is on what happened exactly, the Panyagor incidents, March 1993. So in regard to your contribution and those for the war, the next Sunday, you guys will be up here, and also the after that Sunday also, we'll see if there is comrade from the other tribe. They are ready also to come and talk about their contribution. I will be willing to take that up after the one which is coming the next Sunday, because if the comrade from Cholo, they came here and speak out, we will promote anyone also to contact me, and also to tell us they are ready to contribute. So let's focus only on the Panyagor incident. Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah. And I think what I have just said, it has connection with 1990, with coup, isn't it? Maybe the rest of what I had been saying, it could have been relevant. We thought it is relevant to the topic, but what I already said, it is relevant to the topic. I think like so. I think that's so. I think so.
I think, Jeremiah, I think what Edward was saying was not what you mentioned related to the coup, like how you ended it. It's very good. The way John Garang stood showed that there was a heavy cloud hanging on the SPLA, that the family was breaking apart. So it was connected to that. And by the way, everybody from the Torit group gathered in Torit to affirm that they are still in charge. So it is part of the following the announcement of coup that was done. So that must have been in by September, because the announcement was made on 28th of August, I think. So anyway, that is good. I think what Edward was saying is, when now you began to mention the contribution of other tribes, that is the topic that has been adjourned earlier. That will come, and we are all interested in that topic, because our history is being diluted. Some people are running away from history. Some people don't want people in history, and that is really bad for our nation and generations to come who will be reading all this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Brother Edward, and the audience. I am ending here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You did well, actually, like Dan explained earlier. Kalam Kulu is connected. There is no problem with that. But the contribution, we are going to talk about it the next Sunday. We'll make an arrangement, and it's good you are here now. Omai is here, Ulan is here, and Mike is here, and the rest of comrades are down there. That we are going to talk about shallow contribution on next Sunday. Comrade Deng, floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't usually participate in discussions here. This would be my first time actually contributing to any discussions here. And I think what drew my attention is Panyagor. Being my village, Panyagor is just 10 kilometers from Powell, which was our administrative area, and from Powell, on the way to Bor, 1 kilometer is our ancestral home, where I was born. Well, it's now taken by the water, so no one lives there anymore. Earlier on, our clan, majority of them moved to a place called Bayom, which is about 20 kilometers from Powell when you are going straight, and 10 kilometers from Panyagor when you are going west now. Where Nyon is to the south, to the west, directly to the west, a little bit west, north of Bayom. That is where it's called Wernyol. And to connect people with that, Wernyol is where those of the Dao Aler come from. Dao Aler from the medical corps. He was in charge of Sudan medical care during the war, Dr. Dao. I think you guys know him. Panyagor is where... Yes, Panyagor is where, in terms of the place that is famous there, that's where I come from. That's where both those of Biraswat, Dengarangapeng come from. That's where Arokton was born, not far away from Panyagor there. So that's our village. Every story that you guys have told, I have no objection whatsoever, because I do not know. I am interested in war stories, whether it's a war that killed my uncle or it's a war that my uncle killed somebody. I really don't care. I just want it documented the way it happened, so that history, is just to all. I am against all these accounts that are written by our people in the West that are commercialized. That's not how you tell your own story. So I encourage all of you, and thank you, Comrade Edward, for convening this important discussion. These are the things that we should be discussing instead of quarreling among each other. I also wanted to tell you about the song that you had just sung, Jeremiah. The song goes like this. I'm not a singer. This may be the first time I'm also singing on my own. It says that Chopa Duwe, Panawangule, Panomdagati to Mimthor, Chopa Duwe from Wangule, Panomdagati to Mimthor. What it means, Chopa Duwe, Padana Wangule, Panomdagati to Mimthor, is that chase away the enemy from our home of Wangule. Our home of Wangule is being defended by Mimka. That Wangule is the hometown of Dr. John Garang. That's where he was born. It's a home of Aulian, and there are many famous people there from Aulian, those of Malunga and Lang, those of Jagayatem and all this. Just for the record, it's about 15, you would say about 15 kilometers south of Powell, which is about 15 kilometers southeast of Panyagor. So
Yes,
that's all I
yes,
said.
Yes, about 15 kilometers southeast of Penagole, yes.
So that's all. That's all I.
The village is Kongor. I know it.
Yes. So you guys, people like Omai here, you told that story beautifully. Even if you talk about how you left, where you were coming to Panyagor, and then going back until maybe I don't know how you arrived in Nasir, and you write that as a book. A book doesn't have to be 200 pages. Even if it is 2 pages, and it's a story that is connected to something, it is very, very important.
Jeremiah, can you close your mic?
Yes, you would have done very well. So this is all I wanted to say. And Comrade Edward, I don't know, maybe you're a general.
No, I'm not a general. I'm a civilian.
Okay.
And I don't want them, yeah.
Everybody's a general in South Sudan, unfortunately, without army. So if you host something like, I would like you to host something on the Red Army, because I have a very serious problem with the Red Army. People like General, they are all here. Online, I think it's J. Ahmed, Tongjang is J. Ahmed, Jeremiah is Red Army, and the other, and the gentleman that everybody is Red Army, but they are all running away from the Red Army. They've been divided, and they are not contributing. And later on, when something comes in the name of the Red Army, they will begin to cry that they have been left out because they are from this section, they're from this region, they are from this tribe. So we need a show where we, the Red Army, must challenge each other. So this will be good. Thank you.
Very good. Actually, you follow me back, and let's try to follow ourselves. Follow me, then we'll arrange that after I think next Sunday, the Sunday before. After it, we will actually. I will host you, and also those the Red Army, they come here and let talk. Let go to Comrade Mike. Comrade Mike, the floor is yours. كلكم طبعا انتوا General حصل لو بلد بخير يعني, so كلكم General, but we don't worry about that. General Mike, go ahead. Jeremiah, عندك حاجة تقدر تقوله؟
No. I just I am happy because he corrected the song and the meaning was correct, and that is thank you.
Thank you so much. Mike, the floor is yours.
Is my voice clear?
Can you raise a little bit?
Okay, is it clear like this?
Yeah, I think you can go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, it's good now. Yeah, it's good now.
Okay. Thank you, Edward and Ulain, Jeremiah, and Dan, Omai, and those who left. The topic, though, is Panyagor incident, March 1993. Actually, I was on the opposite side when the incident of 1991 started. The time of the start of 91, I was actually in the side of Torit Faction, Bright Star campaign. And that location that I was by that time, I was in Mindri at the capture of Meridi. But this will be another cessation when the time comes. What I can put just a little bit about the 93. Actually, I was Grang by that time. Even that was preparation that was done when Grang managed to place those who went with the military and those artillery when they were blessed to go and say bye-bye to them. I was there, those of Kolminyang, Birasot and Dengrang. And I was like some young mentioned earlier, Dengrang, he was my boss, but my general by that time was not a general anyway. But it was the best related. We were like a family, easily like a friend. And something I can mention, those of Biras who were so friendly, even though they were in high rank with me. So that's the only contribution I can make. But in Torit, there were so many things that went in the wrong direction because of 1991. But this is our histories because we were in preparation to attack Juba. After capture of Torit, we went to Mindri. There were no any fighting in Mindri anyway. This was in 90, and then we moving around maybe in February, and then March and May, and then that's where when people went to Rockon, and when Grant tried to make some shelling to Rockon, and there were huge convoy that left from Juba, and they come again and recapture Rockon. After 7 days, they recapture Rockon, and there were so many, live loss and Budafat, Gabutu, Ajat Katir. So from that time, Grant was called back by Mengistu to go back to Ethiopia, and he said that there is a war, lashing to Addis Ababa, so you can come and, give you maybe blessed, bye-bye, because I may be leaving, and the new government maybe will take over. So this we may talk about it maybe in another session, but I just want to say what Omai was saying, that it was true because it was the other side, but I was also to the other side of the Torit faction. So these are the things I just want to mention right now. And after that, when Rockon Grang, before he left, he said that I don't trust maybe Arab will manage it to come back to Mindri. So Grang decided to blow up the Kubri, the bridge, the Mindri bridge. And after he blew it up, and then that's where he left. So those, Danga Jack and William Nguyen, and this is where also, what is his name? Isaac Tut, one of the brave guy, was also killed. So that's what just a little thing I can say right now, but I was on the other side. So the only thing I mentioned is when those of Kolminyang and those of Birasut and Dengrang were blessed, that's where I was. And so we were in preparation from, Grangas, some, Jungle, process, Solis, and those strong guys that can go and, confront those rebels. So he was trying to also get some soldiers from the other side of other tribe to join and go to join other friend to go and fight the rebel in Penagole. So, but they were also being intercepts. All the information they were talking, all this information were intercepted. So the Nasser was the tourist faction was in a good. All information were in place, and so these are just I want to say right now. Maybe next time we will talk more. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Mike. You did it well. Really, I'm so happy actually for you guys being up here and also being veterans contributed in the struggle in South Sudan. Like what Uyo said earlier, and also then mentioned that it's actually like there is a lot of propaganda and lies going on, and some people trying to manipulate the history of the struggle. So we are going to put everything in its place. We started today. Next Sunday, actually, we're going to host comrades from Shallow people. Those they fought the wars. Mike is here. Ulan is here. Jeremiah is here, and all you down there, and the rest of the comrades. And after that, also the next after that Sunday, we're going also to host the Red Army. Then I used to know like he's the chairman of Red Army in South Sudan. I don't know he's still the chairman. Also, and the comrade also the Red Army will come here and also and talk about it. It will be also live audio on Facebook and YouTube. So it will be as a record and also in Clubhouse here, South Sudan Political Club. And after that, also we'll go to other tribes in South Sudan. So so we can record their contribution. Everybody have to know like we need to agree. All of us as South Sudanese, we contributed in the struggle in South Sudan. So I think I'm not going to bring any more people up here, Jimana. I'm sorry for that because I think tomorrow is Sunday, and what was good in this discussion because it was audio on Facebook and YouTube, and it made me also to do my assignment here actually, which is actually good. And I like the way actually the thing is went today, and then that would give us more chance for every Sunday after Teresa show we continue recording the story. Anna, I will give General Omai the last chance because he was the main speaker. Let me start with Ulain. You have the final contribution, Comrade Ulain. Then I will go to Jeremiah, Deng, and Mike will be the last one. And Omai will actually close the room and let's prepare ourselves to next Sunday. So, Comrade Ulain, the floor is yours. Shukran.
Brother, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All of you, yeah. Yeah, let me come in. I think Brother Young left, but let me make one introduction. Interjection with what Deng Bull said. Deng Bull said, we, the Red Army, what those of Young, I don't know about Young, I was young during his time, and I myself, Brother Deng, I don't identify myself as a Jason Hammer or Red Army. Reason I'm young, when I was in Etang, I was with Red Army. In Fasilo, the Red Army was the one that's in charge of Shorta, MP, you call it. And then when we went to Bilfam, we were guys, the young guys, and was in part of in our company, we were part of the Jigame. But what happened was when the training finished and all done, because anybody that was MP or short term, we used to be people of discipline. The one that was in charge of us was in our company, Canfield Ring, the one now is in King Lakes, as a governor, the one who was in charge of our area, and I was our company. He told me personally, you guys are not going with the regular army. And me and my colleagues, some of them died in Jacob, asked me, and even those of Dengarang that people are talking about here, say there's a special force going to be taken because Weaver was a short time that time, cannot go with the army that you were trained with because there's a chance that you may end up being killed by those guys because he was part of the disciplined groups who were doing all the things. So we were selected, and John Grant wanted the people that we taken to his headquarters. We were told first, supposed to go to Isuku to Nuba Mountain, but somehow they out of camp. John Grant said he wanted to try close to 100 or 200, and we were selected. We met him in Panyagor, given our guns and went, So make it short from that time, because I left people that were older than me, and I left earlier than that. I identify myself as a Jesuit. I don't consider myself, even though sometimes when John Garang will come and joke with us, so you want to go back to Jacob. I feel kind of, but because he's a broad commander, it was an insult to us sometimes, people that say, when Jajamer, why you call me little guy? Yeah. So I don't identify myself as a Red Army. Red Army was people that who were left in Belpam, Bongo, someone who was in Penagole or Timbo after training. Yeah, that's what I could say. And the second thing, 1993, this is what we're talking about, Brother Edward, what happened there in that meeting, because like Jing mentioned earlier, it was part of Nasser faction wanted to forge a broader coalition that they had that time. And those of Carbino and Arab, they were just got released from prison. And they went, all of them, and they restructure their ranks. From Riek being the first, Dr. Lam was the second, and Gordon Kong was the third. I think they rearranged, and all this thing came in of the regional thing of Upper Nile and Barakazel and Equatoria and whatnot. I think Carbino ended up somewhere, and because of that, Panyagor, I think this is where the Nasser faction correct came in after the killing of Uncle Uduo. When the meeting was held in Nairobi, our brothers from Equatoria they had a lot of questions. So the old man was the only one that killed while everybody was there. So this is where the whole thing started. That's where, because of mismanagement of Rev Mishia, failed to protect one of the important people or the elder guys. And I think goes in South Sudan was conspiracy. Maybe this guy was targeted because of these regions and whatnot at that time. I think this is what I can add on, and that's what I heard. And when people were talking, and people in Nairobi were free, they were not like during Mengistu and what you call it in Ethiopia, where everything was materialistic and nobody can just say anything that. But Nairobi was kind of free a little bit, but you could hear regional thing, tribal thing, sectionalism thing, and all these things. I think this is where the Nasser faction came in, and it got some issues because of that meeting of Penagole. And Garang seemed to have succeeded. And later on, when you had Barakazel broke away, the Equatorial region broke away, and Arab and Dankele did the thing, and later on, Dr. Lam and Riek Machar and his own, and later on the disintegration of the whole Nasser faction. And that's what I could add for me, and I'll stop. I think this is what the result of Panyagor meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Rani. You prepare yourself for next Saturday, Sunday. Comrade Jeremiah, I'm giving you the final word here. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like Comrade Rolanya said regarding Red Army, let me make some clarification. Red Army doesn't mean that when you are associated with the Red Army, you are not a fighter. So, yeah, when I joined SPLA in April 1985, and the same year I was taken to Ethiopia, in Etang, I was with Red Army. And because of being young, it was at the age of 14 when I went to the bush. Then Peshawar Battalion and Muslim Battalion, they were taken to Pilpam for training, and we were left because we were too young. And then Sobat was taken to Pilpam after the graduation of Peshawar and Muslim. Sobat was taken and they were graduated while we were still in it. It was in October 1986 when we were taken to SPLA General Military Training Center, Bongo in Ethiopia. I was trained in the Red Army Battalion, Brigade 1, Division of Zarzal. And Red Army, it was one of the biggest, it was one of the largest battalions in Bongo those days. It has 1,777, the parade of the Red Army. And with the graduations process started, former Ethiopian leader, Colonel Mangezel Miriam, came to Bongo with Dr. John, and they made a speech of the graduations. And I can remember what one of the words of Mangezel he said, because he was speaking in Amharic and then translated into English, then to Arabic. What I can remember, he said, في Ethiopian, hata لو وضع خاف Ethiopia أو Ethiopia لقى حاجة hata الشريب واحدة بنقسمه في نص بتاعكم SPLA ونبنشيل نص Ethiopia. So it was a assurance of a solidarity or Ethiopian support. That was what he said that time. Now let me come to the Red Army. Our first battalions, Mainun battalions, was taken to Jogo, and those guys among Red Army who were quite around 16 or 17 years, they were selected out from Red Army and attached to Mainun battalions. Then they were taken to Joko. And then some of us, the second, that was the first selection. The second selection, they were taken to Commando. They were taken to some of us were taken Commando unit. Then they were taken to Bibur and captured Bibur with the rest of the unit. And then the third was there were 4 corps of Red Army. They were graduated, and I was among them. They were given to General Biaratem. Then we were graduated to Koboida, to Fashala, up to Pibur, to defend Pibur. And I can remember those days there were many battalions heading toward that directions. Dr. Lama Kolajawi was in charge of Korpulus, and Jemizwani was in charge of Shakush. Yusuko was in charge of Bulkana, and Salva Kiir was like overall, but he became later directing operations in Akoba with a battalion of Talian. So that was how it is. Now we were taken back when it came a rainy season. Salva Kiir came from Akoba. He was ordered by Dr. John to tell Jejamer to report itself to Gilo. Then he told us in parade. Then we were ordered and to leave people to Gilo. Then we went to Gilo. Then from Gilo there, we stayed there for a while, and there were some battalions there. Gilo was made as a central, military training center. There were some battalions assembled in Gilo. Among them, Katiba Gerger, Katiba Bit, and Katiba Bibur. So they were there. Then later, Dr. John Garang the Major and Gerald Bolamu, they went to Gilo, and then Dr. John ordered Red Army to leave Gilo to Jibarat, and I can remember Red Army of Bazoo and Red Army of Mormor. They were under First Lieutenant Ajong Aur, and all of them they were given to General Giaratem. And then we went up to there. Let me summarize it. Went to Jibarat. Then we were the one who founded Korshum. Later they turned it Pekop or Korpokop. Then we went from there to Koragrap. And then we went to Mogos. We went to Nyashigret. And around December 1987, where one coy or two coys from Red Army were taken to Commodore, and I was in the first platoon. Then we started to avoid operations, and by then our platoon was taken direct to the headquarters, where John Garam was directing operation. So anything, we had been doing everything there. It was the time I left Red Army to Commodore. So from Commodore, I went to Commerce Community, where we call it Mudfire. So when you come to the Red Army, it has so many phases. We have active Red Army and non-active Red Army, and we have Meregrek. So the one in charge of Red Army in Timor was General Perinyam. Those who left from us, the youngest one, about maybe 11 years old, they were named Meregrek, and they were sent to Timor. And then Perinyam was in charge of Red Army there. So I have more knowledge about Red Army. We had Red Army in Kurmuk, in combat. We had Red Army in Kopoida under General Dengagwang, combat. So Red Army really doesn't mean that the Red Army contributed a lot, and I can something to do with the Red Army operation, and know it very well. Red Army, it cannot be associated with Lost Boys. What I know in Fenyudo, those days, the youngest one, age 7, 9, 10, they were in Fenyudo. And then in Fenyudo there, Piang was the area commander of Fenyudo, Piang Damujo. Then they were in his school. When it came 91, then they were sent to Fashola, from Fashola to Kopoida, then to Kenya, Kakuma. That was a time in 92, Kakuma was established and became a refugee camp. Now, they were not called Red Army again. They were changed to Lost Boys. That was how the history of the Lost Boys came in. And then Dr. John facilitated their settlement to the United States. These are the different versions of Red Army. So I will end here, but let me say something about. I was talking about 1991 August, and then the topic was about 1983. In 1983,
the topic
when
Jeremiah, the topic actually is about the 1983, right? The incident of the incident of Panyagor.
It's 93, Panyagor.
1993.
83.
93. 1993, the incident of Panyagor.
Yeah. So that in 1993, I was not in those areas. I was around Juba. Since we started the operation in Juba on the 7th of July, 1992, first Juba attack, and the second Juba attack in July 7, 1992. So we had been there around Juba until we found ourselves to Ashwa. We had been pushed by the government forces, Sudan Army forces there. So that was what I know in 1993. I was not there. But what I was telling you, it was what I witnessed in 1991. When it comes to Denkele, like one of us has said here, Denkele was a commander of Brigade 3 in OGS, Operation Jungle Storm. He He was one of our best commander. And when he left SPLA, he left in around 1994 in August. It was the time he requested. I met with him, and I could remember we traveled one vehicle with him, within Kopoeda. In Numli. So he requested the permission from the zonal commander, to go to Nairobi, and he went to Nairobi. Then from there he proceeded to and join the government in Sudan. So that was how Denkele left. And when he came, by the time I went to Kakuma, he came to Kakuma, and I met with him the day he was coming. I just had a chat with him, then he left. By then, he was sent on a mission by the government of Sudan. So, I would have want to remind you something. 1990. In 1990, after our training in Zing, Commodore headquarters in Ethiopia, in April 1990, we were taken to a place called Maiwood in Upper Nile. And then in Maiwood there, the operation was designed to capture Melekal in Upper Nile. Then commanders, they went there. John Garang was there. It was the first time for me to see Dr. Riak physically. He went there, and Dr. Lama Kolajawin were there. So there was what we call Hosh Kan White, that came few of the 10 bus. The Jeta Nag of John Garam, or all the time all the time if the Jeta Dagda Yaokan, Dr. Lam and Dr. Riak Mishar, and guide them for. Or Muto Betana, can't be there, Rosh, and when Yaokan Tifa, with a Merelano. Here from Mufai, like in a Nuna Lisa. Dafa CNC and Elisa Piraza. So what happened is I can remember deployment with Dr. Riak and Dr. Lam. So Okidab General Majanga God was a training center commander in Congo. And Jaina Congo, the Samuel were divided to two. Yusuf and Kataif were given to Riak Mishar. My deputy Tau, Lieutenant Commander Rusum, Zola Warab, Asopi Canada. Okan Jesh Betri Wow. So, Yaukan deputy Tau, and Riak was assigned to, was appointed Molus Zonal Commander those days. And Dr. Lam and his deputy General Martin Mignil, they were assigned to Maban Zone. And I could remember Zaman al-Salamlo Yesh in the evening, or Yom Omkan Gamin, Jongaram Talam in bed, operate to be Ramalo, or Okalam Lejesh, and he briefed the parade and mission with home. Zunta Tamalus and Riak Mishar, Manai Rusum. So, Salam Logo Vidal and Aldan Kamana Dr. Riak, Manai Dr. Lama Kola Jawin, Manai Tomatin Minil, Salam Logo Vidal, or Yamshi Zun Toman, who were another Zun Tamaban. And Ban Mafared in Ta, Younger and Salama Dr. Riak. Riak Adilota here, Dabu Kabet, Salam Tajinubin, Nabi Dugdaro, Tamam Salam Sokon, Riak Ditayetani, Rakapara Piago, Dr. Lamata, the Jongaram Taya, Dugdaro Tamam, whom greeting, then Tayetani, Dr. Lam Kachak Arabia, Omitaro, Mininak, Bet Umishena. You guys, this is a brief history, memory, what I can remember in this regard. So thank you very much, Brother Edward, and South Sudan Political Club, and the rest of the audience.
Yeah, thank you for your contribution, Jeremiah, and thank you actually for being here. and actually we'll meet on next Sunday, inshallah, on the Sunday. Thank you. Comrade Deng, the last contribution.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Comrade Jeremiah. I just want to make a little bit of correction here on who we described as Red Army. And by the way, Edward, I'm still chairman of the Red Army Foundation, for your information. So who we describe as Red Army are those people who were under the age of 18 during the war and were organized. Of course, majority of the Red Army were not organized and were under 18 during the liberation struggle. So, but when we talk about the organized Red Army, we're talking about those who were trained in any unit of the SPLM-SPLA, whether in displaced camps or refugee camps. In displaced camps, yes, or refugee camps or military camps. Among the military camps are those who were in Bilfam, were trained in Bilfam, and those who were trained in Bongo, those who were trained in Dima, those who were trained in Penyagole, until we came back to South Sudan, including many other military camps around Kapoita, those of Lutubla, Tuke, and all this. All those are Red Army. You are from the category of what I call the Pioneer Red Army. And these are the Red Army of Mormor, Kazuk, and Zazal 1 and 2. The mistakes that a lot of the Red Army from Mormor, and especially those who went to Cuba, always make is that they think they're the only Red Army. SPLA was SPLM-SPLA was a mother that was still giving birth. So after the Red Army of Mormor was graduated, and then Kazuk was graduated, and then Zazal 1 and Zazal 2, and they went what we call deterred or going down or passed out or sent to the front lines. They did not know very much that the leadership of the SPLM-SPLA from 1986 began to think that this war is going to take a long time. Therefore, we need to gather a few children, put them together, more like a garden, cultivating, so that you can be harvesting from that garden. So many children, including myself, who by that time I was not even a teenager, I was very young. We were mobilized from all the villages in South Sudan through the commanders, zonal commanders, with Kut, Waniga, Kwalmenyang, Riek Machar, and also Yusuf Kur to send children to Ethiopia. This is how you ended up with Tarpam. And with Tarpam, you remember that people like James Hood were there, you have Taban there, and all this. The first group that was there, even those Red Army that came with Anyanya too, those of Longbody, were received by Piang when he was, I think, was first or second lieutenant. And then that some of those children were moved later on and then brought to Abola, and then they're the ones who founded Penagole in 1987. You guys, Jeremiah, you come from the first Red Army, and when we passed through to Pibor, we found that it was just captured, and we were told that some of the people that participated in this war were just armed. So I corroborate your story there. What we need to do as Red Army is to recognize ourselves all, having all contributed and knowing that their mother, the SPLM, gave birth to many, many, many children. Every division of the SPLM-SPLA had a battalion of the Red Army in it. And there was a time during the 1990s when it was only Red Army, because those who we called, there was 30-something thousand in Penagole, about 18,000 in Dima, about 7,000 in 7 to 10,000 in that part. All these later on grew. And when we came back to Pachala, we were many. And we proceeded all the way to Kapoita, to Nairus, Loki, to Kakuma. But in 1994, when those of Kwalmanyang went, they are the ones who actually, persuaded some of the boys to come back. And those who came back were a division, and they were the ones that were called division of Ingas. Ingas was purely Red Army. So the only thing that I wanted to correct from what you were saying is that the Lost Boys are 100% Red Army, except a few that had taken advantage of the system, and they went and became part of the Red Army that later on became the Lost Boys. But the Red Army that were in Penagole are the same Red Army that were trained in Marcus Penagole. It is the same Red Army who some of them were taken in 1989 and 1990 and 1991, and they became Intifada, they became Infijar, they became Intisar. And they became that Red Army with our Intifada, the one that came with Majak. It was our colleagues, our Red Army battalion that got lost in a place called Indomdola. Even when I went back 1 year ago to Gambela, and then I went all the way to the edge of Domdola. I wanted to go to Bongo, but I was told by the regional president that I could not go at that time. I went all the way to Penagole. So I was just tracing all these routes, and there's a lot to talk about when it comes to the Red Army. Even if you had joined J. Aswad, but you were trained with the Red Army, you are Red Army. The beauty about the Red Army is that it's like a fraternity. If you go to the University of Minnesota and you get a degree from it and you graduate, you will forever be an alumni of the University of Minnesota. That's what the Red Army means. There is no graduation that has ever been held by the SPLM SPLA to pass you from your childhood as Jesh Ahmed up to adulthood. Because when you are trained as Red Army, you are already trained as Red Army. And like right now, I cannot find it in my soul to say I'm former Red Army. I am Red Army because that is how I was trained, and that is the one that I identify with. So when we specifically talk about the topic, which is Red Army, next time, one of the things that we are going to do is to dispel all the misconceptions of many people denying themselves from their own contribution of the Red Army. If you talk to the commanders of the Red Army in the 1990s, those of Wiyai, those of Pieng, those of Obode Mahmoud, if you talk about Deng Agwang, you talk to all these people, they would say that in the 1990s, after the split, without the Red Army, there would have been no SPLM, SPLA. So why would you run away from such a beautiful history? So that's all I wanted to say. I thank you very much, and I look forward to all the other stories. I had a very, very bad impression of what is called this place, Clubhouse. Because every time I come here, it's about Nuer, it's about Dinka, it's about Equatoria, it's about this and that, and those things really make me sick. So I decided not to be coming. But if it were things like this that are being discussed, these are the things that unite us, and these are the things that can teach us to be a better people as we go forward. Build on this. Although we murdered ourselves, we killed ourselves, later on we learned from it and we came together. And it is good to hear people like Jeremiah appreciating some of the people that were not even born with them. People like Deng Garangopeng. Deng Garangopeng was the one who actually established from Penagole, the first Red Army in 87. I think it was around September or November of 1987. First group, it was Deng Garangopeng. And then he was taken, and then Poring was brought, the late Poring, and then Piang was brought. That is how Penagole was. So, we can tell a lot of stories, and then, look, talking about Dinka, all of them, the people they knew, the people they served with, whether on the Riyak side or on Garang side, and all this. This is beautiful, and I want to congratulate you, Edward, and all of you here, and those who are listening, Jamana, our country is just done completely. You know, I have always been taught the reason why you see people hosting community shows, the reason why you see people insulting each other, putting on milayat, singing their own traditional songs, is because there is no nation anymore. If I put up a GoFundMe today and try to raise money in the name of South Sudan, nobody would even give me $1. But if I put it up in the name of my community or my personal initiative, somebody will contribute. This is what shows that we don't have a nation anymore. We have broken it down into something that is not recognizable. But it is through dialogues like this, it's through stories like this, that will inspire people to come together and forge a nation. And it is us, these young people, the generation that I call the Red Army. It's the liberation generation. They're the only people in the history of South Sudan in 200 years of struggle who have seen the war begin and saw the war end. So we are the generation, we are the liberation generation. And if we don't fix it, if we don't put it together, then there will be a broken link between us and the people that they are going to hand it over to. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Comrade Deng, and looking forward actually in the coming discussion. You just followed me and join the forum. You can click just South Sudan Political Club to notify you when we actually come up with the topic. Thank you so much, Comrade Mike. Are you there, Comrade Mike?
Yes, yeah. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, I'm driving, but I just want to add a little bit about the conclusion of process, a little bit about the Red Army. And I would love to say thank you, Deng, for the conclusion you made. It was very good. Actually, all of us, those who are in diaspora here, mostly they come as a Jajamar, mostly from Jajamar. And we know ourselves, all of us, some who are down there and some who are not here yet. We are all fruit of Jajamar. But we join in a different time, different years, and also we serve, some of us serve in the same regions, the same battalion, mix, like when we joined, when we went to Kafora, we went together, but in a different, branch of where that can, where that material three kitab, but كنا كلنا من الكوماندو then جدامر طبعا في join when I joined in 1986 مشينا ايتان ووصلنا ايتان كنا يا صغيرين ماشيين مع شمش دانيال شوك and كوربلوس وصلنا بيتان وبعد كده التنظيم كان جاء كلام كتايب قال تم تمشوا في training military training in Bilpam وقال يا لسوغرين لا يفضل في هني في تان مع دكتور أمن وما يكون في مدارس وتم تاكم بيجي وانا بيجي نوريكم also أدب بتاعكم وميشن بتاعكم. So by that time الجيش عمل مظاهرات بعد الجيش الأسود قام عملنا مظاهرات والناس قاموا مشي ضرب البيوت ومشاكل كتير وهم ضرب لكرنقال ياكي يالل وعملوا مظاهرات قالوا ما يفضل ومن دار يمشي ميدان يا كرنقال خلاص كرم ومن يمشي فيا ضمننا في كوننا مشينا لاقنا ناس في سكة ومشينا وصلنا في بيلفام وكد وصلنا في بيلفام يا قالك لا طبعا يالل ما يضربون براهم إلا قدم عشان هم ما بقدر المسؤولية بتاعهم ما بقدر يطبق براهم طبعا الناس بياكل 20 ده بدقوا بفندق وقال يا ليل ما بقدر يدق فندق براو سويهم يلقطوا ناس كبار عشان هم يقدر to survive so يا لقطونا ناس كبار training start. So كتير تقريبا قالوا خلاص اليالل لما يبدل في بيلبام. So باقي ناس فضل وباقي manage their own ways, some escape. وبعدين مشينا في بعد جاكو خلاص ابشر مشينا لحد بوكتين لحد بايلو يا ضمن المال لما كنت جاي ما كوركلوس ياو وكذا قالوا لنا نرجع في إثيوبيا وياو نقلوني من هنا رجعوني في زين مشينا زين عملنا some days وقالوا جيت ما بقوا ساكت ما تمشي في training. Then we went back to training في around شهر 8 شهر 9 جاي لنا another order قال لنا نقوم نمشي مامورية. طبعا جات جيت ما بقولوا ماشيين وين ياو قمنا مشينا عمان شغالين بالهليكوبترات لحد عمان وصلنا بأمان قلنا هناك وخلاص من هناك قمنا مشينا في كوي. بعد كوي مشينا لحد راد من راد قال لي خلاص انتم تزوريني لحد تعلموا بكره. قانا براد من راد يلا مشينا لحد الفاس كورشم مشينا لحد بوما وياو تمنده من بوما وقانا شوية وقال لكم تمشوا لحد can I get number 12? Regular gas? Regular. So, y'all got let him jay nas got a machine of choreograph yo jay wala mu jajamr that zalzal jajamr anina jajamr ta zalzal too but taban nina kunna dilpam jay الجزء بتاعنا كان في بشلا وباقين جاي ما جامر كان في بونغو وجامر تاكادو كلنا لما هناك وعملوا تنظيم ويلا قمنا مشينا في اراوند كفودا. بس طبعا ده لونجتر لكن حاجه اللي نقوله ده حاجه مهم لجامر كله زي دنقول قالوا to identify ourselves and put the history in place. طبعا الدولة بتاعنا South Sudan أجاد الماشين الليلة في جنوب السودان أجاد ما في زول مقصود. Nobody happy with the direction of this nation. We fought a lot. Long story, even to زول شرح يعمل expand the contribution and they will be books, not just books, but we want to maintain our value. We want to bring back the history. We want to put South Sudan in a place. And this is the true history that we want to bring up to the people of South Sudan. People of South Sudan contribute in different ways. But Jajamar in a different unit. Can see unit here. Jajamar not very big part. Like if we come to platform like this, we will be able to know ourselves, and then we learn from one another. What I don't know from other Jajamar, what Jajamar don't know from me. And, there is a way we meet. There's a way we separate because when we were in the movement, sometimes people met like when we were in around Kafoda, Kiela, Tori. People come together when during operation, but also when other thing happen, people go to the different places. Like we went to Medingor, Medingor. Mostly not a lot of Kulu, Yabda Minka Foda, Torid Kiela, Ladi, not Patalanga, not Padijok, not Kitiri. The Kulu Jedama. الجيش الأسود اللي فيه كان ده ناس البجي من قيادات المسيح sometimes كرام will add unit الشكل بتاعت توريد كان ده كمدو وجامر بتاعت زلزال كازوك in انتفاضة also جاجون وجامر بتاع انتصار. And then Grang as all unit Bargazal, Jabu Mobile Force, the credit has to be given. Credit has to be given as the fact. Not the Mobile Force Ja, Java Bugara, you can look at here what I to read. Jai not where that even not Tajibanu Bukanja, Taban Grang can into planning assassin, but capture that to read, we capture to read, we capture Mendri, Barula, we just went through Kana Fishagala. Mendri or man come not Jara. So Grang was planning that we have to go straight to Juba. We have to go and capture Juba right away. So that's where he called all unit to send a reinforcement, even Finas Jauminapanal. Fina job in Barazal, Fina job at Jabta Board, the Jabta unity is dead. All those people were brought to Equatoria to come around Juba. So that the Juba is the big capital city of South Sudan who has to be fought by all directions. So that was what happening. Mostly participation and war that was fought in Equatoria. في كتاب بتاعت إكواتوريا الكو ناس طبعا الزمن ده مومنت لما الكتاب لما يكرجم الكتاب لما بمشي لو بينزل كتاب كتير بينزل طوال لو الناس بتاع كوريوم most of them went to war ناس بتاعت مرمر most of them went to برغزال زلزال هم بس جا شاكل في جكو وكدم شاكل في جكو الناس على النيل ومن ماشي على النيل وناس إكواتوريا ماشي في إكواتوريا سو الناس كله برسلوا أي كله وين برسلوا أي كل الناس برسلوا في بلادهم فدي كان شغل organized during the movement ما في قبيلة وايد so these are the just few things we want to share today but next time we will also go in detail and have enough time to explain exactly what was the war was fought, how was this war was coordinated by all forces. Jajamar, Wedal, Telep, Zaksal, Intisar, Intifada, Kazuk, Mormor, Jajamar, Korean Command, Lakin Kan Makatir, Kan Basi. So these are the just few things, what I just want to put right now. Thank you for hosting us today.
Thank you, Comrade Mike. Thank you for coming and thank you for the contribution. And we will continue actually narrating the history and let you guys prepare yourself for the Sunday. Charles Itahili, actually, we are about to close the show, but actually, let me give you some few minutes before I go back to General Omai. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Edward. Thank you and all the guests, the guest speakers, and all the listeners.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Let me ask the audience if there is someone here, down here, in the room, those in the clubhouse, if there is someone here who was in Panyagor with Omai together, or if there is someone who was in Panyagor in 1993. Please just make a comment, then I can invite you and give you some minutes before I close. Yeah, Samak Charles. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Shukran Halis, I'm really very proud of those speakers, especially Zola Fatu Wara Tode, and then commandos of Olan and all other those people who have spoken. Again, this is General Charles Pinson. the leader of the Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. You know, Edward, you know, you always come with a good topic. We need to educate our people. You know, I was not in Zazal, but my elder brother, Alana Wagawarao, can mean Zazal, in Commando, and he's one of the people who fought in Giko and Nasser. Lieutenant Mayreko Pione, the one I followed. Although he was assassinated by Mahmoud, he still, you know, history is very important. I want to thank General Omai for the historic narrative he gives to the people of South Sudan and Equatorians. Edward, that time, you know, I was in Juba still. I left Juba in 1988 when I was going to sit my intermediate school, and then I joined the SPLA liberated areas. So the incident, you know, the 1991 incident happened when I was in Ikidiapo. And when those of, I don't know whether Pagawa Mum was there, and I was 20 years old when Garang came to us in Ikidiapo. And I gadamta tabur le zuno le Garang. I was there at the Musai. They call it in English regimental sergeant major. When Garang was coming to address us, that time was you know, William Kong was the commanding the office of the training center. Gadet, late General Gadet Yak, Peter Gadet Yaka was you know, was the one in charge of Atem Garang. Atem Garang was a captain, and Gadet was a second lieutenant. I mean first lieutenant. Then you know, and that time Anakan regimental sergeant major the training center. Aluo Adar Musai, which is a mandak. Anakan Omrikan kan Isrino le Tamantasha Sana. That was 1990, 1991, 1990 to 91. Edward, our historic of 1993, after the Nasser Declaration, we lost, I mean, in English, we lost a lot of intellectuals. I want to share this with you, the people of South Sudan and the people of Equatoria. In 1991, on May 26, 1991, I give a parade to my trainers, Al Telemejin, and Academ Lomon Tamam. As a young boy, a child at that age, there were I still remember, there were 19 recruits. This Atasha recruit Kanma Fifitabu. We are minus 19. Waulat Tizatasha, they can win. The logger. Al logger, alo Montica fi Kotos. Al Monticate. Tapan Kanana Guli Kotos ma bear. Kanana Gul Teresa, Nas bear. Kanana Gul Jono Chang, bear. Demon Montica, Pita Jono Chang ma Teresa. They come from the same county. Al Tizatasha del Ustasin, Waidarin, Kan Mafi Fitamam. Umo Seret. Ya Sarni, ya Charles Naziwen, Ana Gulu Walai Namar.
Charles, let me direct you, my brother. I need to direct you. You see, today we are not talking about the split of 1991. Today we are talking about the incidents which happened in Panyagor, March. Because no, listen. Because I don't want you to go out. Already, I used to stop anyone. Actually, is not concentrating on the topic. But let me. What is going to happen? Actually, I'm going to host each tribe. They are ready to contribute and tell the Junubin their contribution in the struggle. So you, as the Itaili,
let him make it short. Yeah, let him make it short.
Yeah. So I want you just because of
the longest story.
The reason they are Edward and I give Kalam there.
Ana de kullu Anna Malek, I promise you from 3 weeks from now, you will be on the stage here. Our official time in Italy, tell him you guys come up and say everything you have. That the history have to be said as it is, and Voice of the People Forum is going to record any actually contribution of any South Sudanese. So please just let's focus on this Panyagor incident.
The reason I'm give you a story there, because on the 26th of May, 1991, there are Tuguna means Tisa means Tamania Saba, the Haisa Hamsa, including Dr. Festo Kumba, Alo Rajita Nunu Kumba, including Gilbert Ladulale, Jana Fita Ladulale Al Sultan Al Arhukul Fijun Sudan. Kenyi, Alokan photographer Fita John Garak. They were with us in the training center. Madel was the first minister with a public service and pensions in the Republic of South Sudan. Wakal Kaman Minister of Education in Warabi State. Why Najibu de Zaman Dukuna, Galina, we want to merit, we want to join Dr. Riak. When the Jalaba, that's why I connected the Kalamta Sunu with the Panyagor. Let's come to the Kalamta Panyagor, brother Edward. It is a very sad time. The time of Panyagor, the Nasser faction can march as an Sunu, as an Ejibu Salam, ma between Garan, Wariak Machar. Wariak Machar, and that's why, I sometimes give a benefit of doubt to Dr. Riak. He's a peacemaker. Regardless disagreement time with Dr. Riak always will give chance for peace. He agreed the leadership of the Nasir faction to go and negotiate peace, to unite the Nasir faction and Tourist faction to be one back in Panyagor. The incident of March 1993 that killed our leaders like Kang, General Kang, or Commander Kang, and Commander Joseph Odugo, the first chairman of the SPLM, was very sad. Edward. Odugo was captured live. Dr. Riak, escaped, Lamakol escaped, and other senior commanders escaped. But Odugo was captured live. When this operation was conducted by Munu, Kwal Manyang, when Kwal Manyang captured Odugo, was a Garang. Gali Garang, and I capture Odugo. What can I do? Garang say, you can do anything. Can Morfain or a lion Jala be paid to Aku Karmeta Wabushuru. Kwal Manyang, kill Odugo. The Gasman Quest, Edward.
Loud and clear.
Yes. The way old Joseph Odugo was killed, it was very unfortunate. As the first chairman of the SPLA, Joseph Odugo, Kobudu, Odugo Besutur. Anama Sutur, there's no access. Ajere fi mafanga. Fi aja tena bukulu na kolok kila orte ajere kikutu fi kasap yala bikatao mo sejera. Kata gatao Odugo bizede. It was a very saddest time, and I wish young Tani Itajibu Lamakol to come and bring this and make this discussion. The killing of Commander Joseph Odugo is very sad. Anamar Joseph Odugo Fizama the SPLA. Joseph Odugo was with my brother, my elder brother, Honorable Angelo Lopro Lotongol Pione. The one who groomed me to be today as a politician or somebody as a human rights activist, a graduate of Khartoum University in 1970s. They were the people who opposed Kokora. Honestly, I want to testify this. My brother and those of Odugo, they were the people from Equatoria who opposed Kokora. Today, I don't oppose Kokora. I'm for Kokora, I'm for independent of Equatorial nation. Yeah, Edward Kital Fita Odugo, that's what happened. It also resulted, Musul Odugo, the Kital Fita Edward Otome, Commander Edward Otome was killed. Edward, I want to give you this testimony. When Zaman, General or Commander William Nyon Bang, married Min Pageri, Umasi Lentija Fita Nuer, the Upper Nile, Zaman was a Filoronyo. And Nas Fita Loronyo welcome William Nyon. Mara Fita Edward Otome, Jagali Apana Lotuko. Tapan de Loronyo de Bilis Lotuko, Gebila Lotuko. Gali Tum Lotuko. Itum Katal two Rajil Fita Gali Umeri. Alela and Nas Alkan Katul Rajil Tai, Ya Meri. Yeah, brother Edward, that thing brings shame up to today. Can John Ochangder Jama program day? I want to be there. Or later be my program Katulu Edward General Commander Edward Otome Katulu Kef, one of the intellectuals, one of the senior Lotuko intellectuals, was fire spot by Kwan Manyang and General Mamour. Darabu Kabatu wa Darabu Bikidamnas. Dakani Marato Akla Arian. Zaman William Nyan Lotuko Uja welcome mo. Gali itum Katul Rajil Time Makalam Dalgan or Otome Mary. Edward, we lost a lot of Lotuko intellectuals. Taban nasita ile na lango as monode kan ma fifa hakuma with the SPLA. Akutai, my brother is the first Equatorian to go to the bush.
Yeah, Charles.
Yeah.
My brother actually tomorrow I have class in the early morning, and it's getting late here. So just summarize in 30 seconds, and you just prepare yourself for that episode which will be coming actually after next Sunday. Also, I will put it because after that I'm going to host the Red Army, the case of the Red Army, and you will be also invited here so you can everything just be that. Kulu.
Give me in advance.
Yeah. No. Mafia needs to give me. You now prepare yourself. I just told you.
I will prepare for it.
Yeah, prepare
so
and be ready.
Edward,
Yeah, just conclude in 30 seconds.
In conclusion, the Nasir and Torit faction was a disaster to every community. To every community. To every tribe in South Sudan. To every tribe in Equatoria. But the question, Edward, Etakan Bahasado, General Omai, what can we do to avoid the Nasir and Torit declaration? What is the way forward to unite our people? What is the way forward to unite us as a nation? What is the way forward to bring us as oppressed citizens? What is the way forward to bring ourselves as the people who liberate ourselves? The 1993 incident of Panyagor is a disaster. General Kang or Commander Kang was a great general. Commander Joseph Odugo was the first SPLM chairman. Yeah,
you mean Charles? Sorry. You mean Paikang, General Paikang?
Yeah, Paikang. Yeah, from Nuer.
Yeah, Paikang. Yes, from Gajang Nuer. Yes.
Yes, I have his son here with me in Calgary here. I live with him. I can send one day a photo maybe with him, and I send to Edward. General Paikang was a great commander, but we lost them. You know, Robuna Sibu Lamakol, Dr. Lamakol, or Commander Lamakol, as a historic statute for the people of South Sudan and the people of Equatoria and the people of Rolnas and the people of the kingdom of Cholo. People should not take Lamakol as a small someone. You know, he's somebody who have the history. Yakwana ana bugul later on. Robuna ma be Catholic, kanta ma Robuna ma der Catholic. You know, he will always keep you. Lama Kole, they bukun Yeshua ta Junub Sudan. He will be the God of South Sudan. Yak is only waga min tiara, wahai. Min Panyagor, wahai. Min zaman peace, wahai. Zaman presidential election, wahai. Woshunu, wahai. Wahai. Lama call is a blessing to the people of South Sudan and to the people of Apanan and the people of the Cholo Kingdom and the people of the Kotosi.
Hey, Charles. Salva Kiir waka bitayara too. Why you bordo? Everybody die.
No, Salva Kiir waka why do?
Oh.
Anyhow,
Salva Kiir man nabat min Panyagor.
yeah, Charles, tell you how chakra, brother. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And be ready.
Hey, God, Salva Kiir napat fi magui. Yo jara benese ita muzakar kalam de.
Oh, jara beli bas.
Magui la shabo ya Salva. Bukala.
Salva Kiir le misukuma samara. O maderon kalam de malomo nusu.
They wait, come on. They wait, Charles. Wait. Ito nyanya de. Wait, kalam de.
Dada fi magui.
Yazon.
Ana arfu. Sama dana kan kale.
If you make way, William Kalo Chava didn't get Salva doesn't miskin Sabo. Lakin Mara, Canola Gumay Gamara, Lagana Bara, Ojera Benesi. Walde
Kitanga Tamara.
Lada Walde busy Bagul, worker. William Non Ebon, Anakadi Jot. Pigava and Agda, but Bajara Pigava, they are busy with
and we are burden.
Thank you. That is a story, by the way. That is a story. How to be said as it is. And the story how to be said naked as it is. Comrade Jabril, let me give you some minutes. We are closing. Charles, conclude. Let him conclude.
Azole, what you come to Salva when you will beber 10. I will have get a general Bendiga get a general. Hello?
Yeah, you have what you have 30 seconds only.
Ana into 30 seconds. Pero tandinga get a general. Galemon, you were birthday. So, Yapana, it was not a good story. It was because of political disparities. So, Edward, you need to conclude. We need to keep this history. Because Finas and Dinka, they are misleading this history. There are some Equatorians misleading this history. Minapana misleading. Minbarghazal misleading. Let's give half to our facts to our people. Thank you, Brother Edward. This is General Charles Pinson, the leader of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. We're a separatist movement. And
thank you. Don't sell your product here. Thank you. That is the wrong forum for you to sell your product. Nobody going to buy it. So thank you.
What I can later give a product.
Thank you. Thank you so much, General Charles. Anyhow, that was the good one. Ariane. Comrade Jibril, let me give you like 3 minutes. So go ahead.
Yeah, anyway, it's طبعا قربت للنهاية. أنا ما عندي كلام بقول. لكن Panyagor incident there are series of incidents before we go to Panyagor incident. Launching with Panyagor incident, I think after we're done with chasing William Nguyen, Manas Piang Deng Majok, but that we were stationed in a place called Kimotong. But that idea of Panyagor was developed somewhere in New Natinga, and then the gathering was done. Nazamulu Tabi Amulu, I mean, campaign Amulu after the Kakuma, if I can remember this. And there was purely Commander Bira Swat, and as United, as Gulomunu Pit, Kwalmanyang, and but بالمناسبة الناس ماشية بزيتواية يعني 4 تايل كبار بلو زيتواية فقاموا بقدامنا هنا في نتنج في كيمتونج قاموا عبروا سارة بتاع أجاقر ده شارع البيجي من ليريا ده قاموا ماشى and we were kept in the lamb نينا ما يربنا إنه why operation before why we already lost board زمن ده and we were ياو ذو تلانا إنه ينبين تردناو من في مقو يالو بقول تشارلز بقول ده لأن يون باين كان عمل جاهزة ستيد في مقو هنا مناس بولكون و we were ordered في كيد 1 ما بين إنه we have to reinforce those of sulfur وبعد من جامل بتاع ينايدا جامل بتاع كوريم 2 we were actually coming to reinforce them because Zolda ran out Magui and he is advancing to Numali. So we have to come and sustain this. Amanjina, Felana, Gumna Vinaz Delena, elected Haja Umishalo until Pilogrim Mountains, Charles Gula. By then, Badma Alamal operation, we were ordered also to go to Shukru. And then Machine became a Paana. Panyagor incident was actually a plan. Amoli leadership to get rid of gathering of Benaida of Nasser declaration. And the plan was so dangerous to us. The Omanganga do Amolo successful plan that they have a plan, they have to regroup and come back to Victoria. And if they succeeded, then we need the SPL mainstream Bukunpi crisis. And then leadership felt, this has to be destroyed before they come here and mobilize people against us. So that was what happened. And I can testify this, that by that time, I think Thomas Redler was with us in Kimachong. And Deng Deng Majukan was there, and many other junior commanders. Al-Shankida, Naznam Ritkellam, people need to be precise. If I don't know, I don't know. If I know, I have to tell what I know. But as a Zaman Bitak, I don't can give Menena and it took Zaman as a couple. Like in SPL, series of problems happen. 91 number, Arkakan Shagab Hajat Kita Nas Gassamo, وأنا من جاء في أردو في 92 صار 8 نيونا منامل declaration بتوع هنا في أمية. It also put us in other nine كان بورجوبا كان يعني our attention was to turn back in the Niji in Shakal Wara or enemy was pushing. There are series of problems هنا. فأسانين نديك زمن بتاعك أنا بجيب من هنا. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jibril, for your input here.
Yeah, thank you, Jibril, for coming up, comrade. And actually, we are going to continue because of time. And on the Sunday, I think I will start a little bit earlier, and I'm going to put it like would be part 1 and part 2 for Shallow Comrade because it's looked like we're going to take a lot of time. So thank you so much for coming, and we are going to continue actually to acknowledge the contribution of each of any tribe in South Sudan. General Omai, the floor is yours. Thank you for being patient and thank you for listening. I actually give you time to make comment on what the people said of your comrades, and then you give your final word, and also you will be part of the contribution on Sunday, which actually will be different from this one. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Edward. Thank you for your hard work today that you put to host me and all the SPLA veterans that came and give their insight about what happened regarding the incident of Panyagor in 1993. Yeah, I don't have much to say because everybody who come up here, everybody who came up, said everything. And I said everything and no any objection or anything that I to disagree with, except my old the comrade, Tongjiang. Oh, except my old comrade Tongjiang. You know, in '91, I just now Engineer Edward. I just talk. We are here just talk about Penagole, but not the whole the August 28 move. Whether we see in Esfield as like coup or tomorrow with the three commanders, with Dr. Commander Dr. Yomachar and Commander Dr. Lamakol and Commander Gordon Kongchol. Yeah, I did not talk about that. I did not start in Nasser. But in 91, when the 28 move was made, I was in Nasser with Songjiang. Then we were in the headquarters until he was sent to Kenya or Loki until he was arrested over there by the SPLA to reinspection because he was identified as somebody coming from the SPLA Nasser faction. But what I'm saying here, what I'm going to say that I disagree with that regarding the Panyagor. You know the force or the war, El Jada, that drove us all the way from Panyagor all the way to what? Supposed to go all the way to Nasser. That was the plan or their calculation that was put in by Dr. John, that they need to go all the way to Nasser because when we were in Panyagor, we supposed to go to all the way to Tori. That was our plan. So when the force or Gwalja that drove us from Panyagor, it was like 5 fights that I can count. The first fight in the morning of March that took the life of Odu and Uncle Joseph Odu and the life of Commander, the number one strong commander, Paikang. It was the first fight. It was the morning. That fight was the first raid. It's called a raid in SPLA by just a small post by George Thor. And then the second fight, and then we came back. William Nyon and Carbino Kwan came and we drove them back. We drove them and we overran them out from Panyagor after they shot us out in the morning. It was a length of 2 hours. So we shot them back. That was the second fight now, that if you can count them. And then tomorrow, around 2 or 3, and then when Commander General Paul Manyang arrived with the commander that he came with from Equatoria, with all those commanders that were with him. I don't know all of them, but I know that some of my colleagues here that told you the name. But the notable name was Giraswat, was with him. And that was the fight that completely threw us out from Panyagor, that we did not regroup. Unlike the fight in the morning that Georgia throw us out, but we regroup and we come back and we take the Panyagor. But when Kwalmanyang came, he threw us out from Panyagor completely until we make our way to Poked Up. And then we regroup again and make a taxi. It's called taxi. I don't know what is it called in English, or defensive position. Yes. In English, it's called a defensive. We made a defensive position in Poked Up, and then they came and attacked us in our defensive position in Poked Up, and that's where Kwalmanyang was wounded in Poked Up. Now, I think they lost very important commanders there in Poked Up. Kwalmanyang was wounded. He was airlifted, like I said earlier, to Lokeshogi, into the UN compound. Very important or credible intelligence that he was airlifted from Poked Up to Lokeshogi into the UN compound hospital, and with the agreement with the UN and John Garang. So he was there. So to me, I think they lost an important commander. So from there, since they were looking for the headquarters of the chairman, which is Victoria Meshia, we confused them that Ayot was our next Ayot was our next defensive position. But since we have intelligence saying that Dr. John Graham don't want to encounter neither Saddam war Bitana or go Bitao or that Rasabas, he just want to go to the headquarters where Dr. is. We confuse them. We send all the important and the messages that Dr. went to Ayot, but we went to UI. Is another town border with the Nuer and Denka there in Lao Nuer town. It is a town in the Hudud there. So we went to UI and all the messages we said that were sent into the radio that Victoria in Ayot. But indeed, the commander who left after Kwalmanyang was wounded, they went to Ayot and they attacked Ayot. They fought in Ayot there, but with the radio communication or something, Victoria were not in Ayot. And then they waited some days try to find where is Victoria, which town in all the town or the villages around the borders there. But they did with the radio communication or radio interception, they located Victoria in UI. And then the force come to the UI, and then they attack us in UI. And then we, the headquarters, in the headquarters with Victoria, we retreated to what? Yeah, there is a ZY, like I told you earlier, the big ZY that was assigned to us, and those are William, and all the commanders were assigned to the big car, ZY. So we all of us, ZY can take like 300 people. So we just, all of us, our headquarters, we all jump in the ZY and we drive all night. Then we went to what? And then after they captured UI, they came. Now there is a clear message that Victoria is in white, or the headquarters is in what. So we went to what, and then they follow us to what? They follow us there, they want to go to what? Between what? There is a big the village that called Untao. Before you go to what? I believe there is now another village there between Untao and what? There. That village is the only village that has some pool or something like a river or something, not a river, there's some pool with the water. That is where there's the water there in Untao. Because now it's March, it's getting dry. Like some John said earlier, it's getting dry, there's no water. Then they stay there in Untao, and then we went to Wat. And then when we are in Wat, yeah, we did a very good defensive position. Not after Canada, Tamam, you know, Maba Saroni na fi Wat, Kulu, Mama Kana, you know. So not after I do La Para Canada, the other mel, and I'll let you to do away or Canada, but I told Mabizol Vegiri, but in Wat, where we will all die in our Canada. So all the soldiers that we have, all the soldiers that I told you that are about 45 or for 500 or 5,000, yeah, everybody there is in what? In Kura, but except the consent, because between us and them, there is a big force there. Yeah, there's a big force there. That's between the headquarters and the enemy. There's a big force in the middle, and the consent force in another middle too. And sometime, I mean, as maybe something like a distance of 45 minutes walking, or 30 minutes walking. Yeah. So we set a bigger defensive position in Wat, and they are in Untao. So the only thing that we were there in Wat, the only thing that I saw and we heard is the Aoun 82. I don't know that some of the others may know that the Aoun 82, how many miles it will travel. They try to shell on Wat with Aoun 82, but Aoun 82 cannot reach Wat. The Canada and between us and the force in the middle, a distance of Kalachikov will travel like 300 or 400, 500 meters or so, like we know it. Anyway, so down will not reach our Canada in Wat, or even inside city Wat. But our 82 only fell in the middle over there. But what we saw is that they're not moving. They're not advancing. It's called advance. They're not advancing toward what? So they were just, what I can see that is the Aoun 82 just coming, which, but there's no advancing. Nobody, no force moving. And then there in Wedang, another 45 or 50 minutes walking from Wat, South Wat, is where the BI or Yip of Mundang is there. Mundang grandsons also, they are over there. They gathered themselves, they went on top of the BI or Yip of the Mundang, that it is something that it is in their history that has been told to them that the fight between Dega and Nuer will start, and Nuer will be chased away, all the way from Bor here to Widang. But the force that will shoot them, even if we collect all Nuer, those force is very small force. It's very small army just coming to attack us. Well, at that time that it is the Denka, even when I was in the middle of them or other tribes, there are a lot of tribes that, you can hear from both sides. We're on this side, they say, hey, where are you guys running? Are you running from Denka? Denka there or from the other side? Oh, we're going to fight Nuer. So you are the other tribes, you just pretend like you don't listen, hear all these things. But that is a very important point that I need to make. That's what Song Jiang said earlier, that I wait Song Jiang come back here, because Song Jiang said that what stopped those guys in Wuntao, probably it was John Garang Amalo Kamakon to go back, or they were petite, or in summer, I mean in summer in Long Nuer area, there's no water, and the law moved to Jikany areas with Olang and those another area like Quainlaw, Bukten, and all of that areas. Long Nuer, they moved there in the summer to seek the water because the grass for the cow because Long Nuer the inside. The mainland or the mid Long Nuer, there's no river. Only pool that are filled with the water of the rain during the raining season. So what I disagree with my old comrade Tongjang, yeah, that those guys probably they were fatigued or they were tired or they were told not to advance to what because there's no water or they were fatigued or something. Yeah, but my old comrade Tongjang, I think that you're wrong because I believe indeed what those Lumundeng grandsons say. The force is stuck in Untao. They're stuck there. They cannot move. They cannot advance to what? What holds them not to make advance? You ask yourself. What holds them down? And their mission is to come to what? Go to Olang, and then cross the Sobat River, and then go to Nasser. That was the mission. But all of a sudden, they stop in Untao. They cannot even come to what? And then will come to Widang. And then the Mundang grandson said that those forces or these forces, the non-Nuer will drop them back or shoot them away from Nuer land. Since they are just 45 or 50 minutes from or hour from war, they will return by themselves. So they say in war there in Untao, they say in Untao, the only thing they can do is just through the own 82 to what? But the own 82 they don't read what. So they say that until all of a sudden we heard they went back. Oh yeah, yes, they went back, and what the constant team that were following them, they did not even fight to push them back. They were watching them. They're going back until they went back. The mission completed over there, and we really. But also that Wunyang was in Chitir Pangal too. There was a cow that Wunyang directed to the grandsons of Wunyang was alive that time. Wunyang spoke with the radio communication exactly like I tell you. Would Wunyang talk? So there was a cow that was described to the grandson of Mundang to kill. I even ate from that cow too. That evening, that you guys killed those cows, those enemies will not come back, or they will not come here, or they will not even go anywhere else in Newland. They will just go back by themselves. That cow was killed, we ate from it, and then the post, whoever was in command over there after the Paul Manion was wounded, I don't know, they just went back. The case is closed right here, Engineer Edward. So I will stop here and thanks everybody who came and listened here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Omai. Shukran jazilan for your time. And also, thank you for coming and actually telling us what happened in Penagole 1993. أنا في ختام بتاعت الحلقة ده لكل الناس المشاهدين للحلقة من كل أبناء جنوب السودان، خلوني أنا أشكر الضيف بتاعت الحلقة جنرال أوماي داوين، وخليني أشكر الرفاق بتاعه الناس القاعدين فوق هنا الشارع قبيل. أنا بشكر ده طبعا كلهم ضباط كبار، جنرال أولاين، جنرال جرمايو، General Jibril, General Mike, General Deng, وجنرال تونجيانغ. طبعا دول كلهم يعني ضباط كبير في الجيش. لو يعني ما كان الاتجاه المشى له البلد، دول المفروض يكونوا هم الناس الماسكين الزمان بتاع الجيش بتاعنا في جنوب السودان، وكانوا بيكونوا عارفين why they went to the bush and why they fought for that country in regard of bringing ناس ما عندهم علاقة ب vision and mission بتاع SPLM SPLA. عشان كده الليله جنوب السودان انتوا شايفينه ماشي الرجال ماشي على ده. انا بشكره لانه كنا دايرين نسجل التاريخ، دايرين نسجل التاريخ. كما هو في ناس كثيرين كتبوا، دكتور رامكول كتب، جنرال اوماي، في ناس كنا زي ما قبل ناس كانوا شهود. يعني اوماي ده كان قاعد هناك، ووقت ده كان هو حرس بتاع دكتور رياض مشار، وفي ناس كثيرين زي ما انتوا سميتوا منهم قبل. ده كان الهدف، انه ناس جنوبيين يستمعوا للتاريخ بتاعنا. الحصل شنو؟ المحطات المؤلمه، المحطات دي we need actually to learn from it. الحصل اننا جبنا حصل في Panyagor، واي زول موجود هنا you are ready عندك you want to talk about anything which can benefit people of South Sudan and take us in the right direction, you are highly welcome to the Voice of the People Forum and South Sudan Political Club. أنا will host you وبخليك تقول التاريخ ده زي ما هو، زي ما قبل ناس الجوفوا كلهم. الجنرال ديل ما في زول فيهم جاب حاجة من عنده بجنرال جاي، كلام اللي قالوا ما كان في أي حاجة لأنه كان قاعد الحصل. ده أنينا دايرين نمشي اتجاه ده. The last point زي ما أنا قلت قبل، أني هنا في صوت الشعب وساوث سودان بوليتيكال كلاب عندنا نيو استراتيجيك، إنه بالذات زي ما قبل ذكر بعض الرفاق وانا بناته ما يتكلموا في ناريتيف بتاع انه في ناس we are the one for the war، ده مشاكل وده وده وده. This thing need to be stopped. We need to look into ourselves as South Sudanese. All of us we contributed in the struggle. Low even just a single tribe, those contributed from that tribe, they were two. That tribe, their contribution need to be acknowledged, and also we have to give them the rights in their struggle. This thing need to change, because this is the only way for us to keep that country move forward and to look at ourselves as one people. We fought for actually for our freedom together. الكلام ده ماشي مع الحلقة بتاع يوم السبت. I thought إنه أنا ممكن أعمل حلقة بعد بكرة، لكن it look like it will not be possible because of assignment وكلام الكثير ده. لكن الحلقة بتاعتنا مع الجنرالز من أبناء تشولو هيكون يوم الأحد. We reach out to them، ناس أولاني، ناس أوماي، ناس جرماي ياويتو قاعدين تاني، ناس مايك. ده هنا يوم السبت الأحد الجاي، وده المهم. أنا هنا دايرين نتكلم عن contribution بتاع تشولو في SPLA. في ناس كتير ما بيعرفوا إنه شلو they contributed in the struggle. أنا برضو going forward أنا نستمع لكل الناس، لاتوكا، باريا، إتايلي، فرتيت، غولو، كل ال contribution مع بان برون، ناس جبريل ياو قاعدين. All of us we contributed in that struggle. So I'm going to start with my brother and sister from my actual tribe men يوم السبت الجاي لحد الجاي إن شاء الله, and then we'll continue. أنا ذاته I need to listen that the struggle جنرالكم كان جا قبل شوية هنا. يا هو رجع أفتكر زمن انتهى, لكن I will give him some few minutes. الزول اللي جا منصة ده يمكن ده زول يعني أجاب التربة بتاع أخوي في خلل لما هو كان في غابة ومات هناك يعني. So كل الأسر في جنوب السودان contributed in the struggle. الناس الأخوان بتاعهم ماتوا في خلل, actually they need also to be أسر there, they need to actually to be acknowledged. وكلنا we have to acknowledge contribution بتاع any زول في جنوب السودان. So be actually prepare yourself to listen to Sholo people on Comrade, Sholo Comrades from SPLM, SPLA on coming Sunday. Loma Gidiran Intei on Sunday. We can go to the next Sunday also, Namshile Part 2. And also, will Badaga Nina Namshile Red Army, Zayma Gibelana Kalamta Ledeng. Ubado will continue ma Shar Setaili if he is ready. When Nasetanin also we have to continue. So General Okwam, let me give you some minutes because actually I was about to close the room. I'm working tomorrow morning and have a school too in the morning, and after that I will be going to the work. And it's getting late here. So let me give you some minutes already. Yeah, and we are closing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you to all of you, brothers and sisters who are listening. The inception of SPLM in 1983, it was a great role for all of us. And everybody has contributed, whether being in the armed struggle or in education area, economic sector, trading area, and also civilian area. They contribute a lot. But today we see the objective has been completely diverted. And in that case, I would not prolong. I would say, anyway, the revolution is fought by the people and for the people, not for individuals like what is going on now in Juba. It is very unfortunate. We see the completely diversion of the cause of national liberation, which is belong to all of us. Even we forget our friendly people who support us, like Ethiopians, our brothers also in Blue Nile, and in Nubian Mountain, and in North Sudan. It belongs to all of us, and all in general Africans and other foreigners. But what I want to say, we have been there, the inception during that time. What is written in manifesto exactly, if anybody has got the copy of manifesto now, it is written, I think in page 18, that one day the Southern Sudanese or the revolution will be hijacked by the South Sudanese reactionaries. And it has been already now hijacked. But it was not our objective to fight the national liberation who will turn to be amongst us, to cannibalize its nation again. It is very unfortunate. And Edward is my youngest brother because his brother, Oromdo, which is called Ashek Andrew Ashek, he was my colleague, a great artillery unit officer. He was actually an artillery officer for 82 millimeters. That one Omai is talking about now, that is an Hawan, is a long range one, is like 120, the one of Jalaba. But they are different. It is actually the type of the Russian made, 82 millimeters. There is different type of them, 82 millimeters and also 60 millimeters. So he was killed actually in action in Bukden in 1986, and that was really very hard situation. So today we are all, we contribute. We cannot say we never contribute. Even the civilians. I have been trained as a signal officer, political commissar, and in all this, for the sake of humanity, we need also to recognize and put the names of those who are fallen heroes. Because tomorrow we will also go, but the history will remain as it is for South Sudanese. No one claim he has got his lion's share of contribution. All of us, we contribute equally, 50-50. No one say today, even others are pretending to say that now they contribute. No, there is a lot of people they contribute. And those who are actually, they rejected now, they are the most people who actually contributed a lot in the national liberation. It is true, that is what Che Guevara stated long time ago, that the national liberation or the revolution can be stated or can be done by the really courageous people, but the cowardice will actually take the power and then misuse it against their brothers And this is what happened. It is a repetitive. Most of the national liberators or liberation movements in Africa, it has went wrong because of no direction when their leaders went in a way which is not expected. This is what happened. But still, we, the young generation, can also put the story in place. And now the technology also can help the people. Next Sunday, we will contribute a lot and we will talk a lot. I'm actually from Koryong Division. We are the people who actually established the SPLA after those of Jamus who came and made the recruits. But we are from I'm from Koryong Divisions, signalist officer. I have been there with some of brothers from different parts of South Sudan. We will also mention them in the next coming sessions. But today, I will also like to thank all our brothers, sisters who are listening, who contributed a lot. As it has been divided, so many operations has been fought in different parts of South Sudan. And the same thing, we should not forget that also the National Liberation Movement should actually appreciate the contribution of the citizens, because we took from them our resources where we survive on. I will stop from here, and I would like to thank also all of our fighters, my heroes, my commanders, those who passed away before us, and we still breathing today. I salute them, and I salute all of you on the forum here. Thank you. General Okom, Major General Okom is speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, General Okom. God bless you. ربنا يطول عمرك وربنا يطول عمركم كلكم. يعني كل الناس اللي انتم مشيتوا غابة وانتم الشباب صغار يعني ما استمتعتوا بحياتكم. في ناس منكم رجعوا وناس تانيين ظلوا في غابات. يعني تستحقوا التحية. أنا خليني نيابة عن إدارة بتاعت منبر صوت الشعب، يعني أميغو أباني، أنا يعني نيابة عن الشباب ديل صراحة، يعني أنا دومينيك، أنا بشكركم وبنقدم تحية لكل الناس اللي فقدناهم في الغابات، والتحية لكل المناضلين المشوا، يعني هم صغار الجيش الأحمر والبيقوا مشوا كبروا في غابات، قدموا حياتهم من أجل الدولة بتاعت جنوب السودان ومن أجل الحرية. في جزء منهم الليلة مشردين، ما في زول قاعد يجيب كبرهم برضو. and that's why we are coming here try to fix نحن القادرين نعملها. نحن دايرين نعمل correction للتاريخ ونديه للشباب والأجيال الجاية كما هي. So thank you for contribution. إن شاء الله يوم الأحد الجاي نحن هنتلاقى. we'll make it a little bit earlier زي الساعة 6. I will put it at 6 p.m. Central Time, which is 7 p.m. Eastern Time or New York time. So we can take like 7 hours or 5 hours, yeah, almost like 6 hours. So that will be good. So عشان كل زول يقدر يجي فوق ويجي يتكلموا. So نحن زالنا داير نسمع كثير الجنوبيين also يسمعوا contribution بتاعت شلو, and also the list will go that after that anybody have to come and tell us their contribution in the struggle. By saying this, let me actually thank you all, and again I will give thanks and appreciation to General Omai, the win actually, my comrade, for accepting to come and taking your time. I know he came from work, and actually he did not sit down. Just I think he did not took rest. He sit down for like 10 minutes, and then he told me he's ready, so we can start the program, which is something me myself I need to appreciate it. And also يعني نشكرك كمناضل وكلكم مناضلين to you guys and did it and contributed in the struggle, and we also would not forget that. We'll always appreciate your roles, all of you. يعني بنشكركم أماي، جرمايا، مايك وجبريل وكل الرفاق بتاعتكم. By saying this يا جماعة, let me say you have a good night. Those in Australia, I think you have a good afternoon or good morning. and also those are watching or listening from East Africa. أنا بقول لكم برضو you have a good morning, good night للناس بتاعنا في كندا وفي أمريكا. Live video actually was recorded on South Sudan Political Club. Actually, the live will be there for those are just joining the live. You will listen to it. If you are in Clubhouse, you will listen to it in South Sudan Political Club or on South Sudan Political Club, or those also will come and watch it on Facebook. Is there recorded on Voice of People Forum, and also is recorded on Voice of People Forum on YouTube. ربنا يبارك فيكم وربنا يحفظ جنوب السودان. What we are doing, we are coming up with this because we are reshaping the country and putting the record as it is. And that is the only way we can move forward, by accepting ourselves and acknowledging our contribution in the struggle. ربنا يبارك فيكم. You have a good night. Have a good night and God bless you all.